making Taylor County, maybe Crawford, something like that. If this gets added on, we'll see. Probably what we're going to see the majority of tonight is gusty winds, a lot of lightning and thunder, and some pockets of heavy rainfall with some maybe occasional severe thunderstorm warnings, and can't rule out a brief spin-up tornado. Now, if you haven't been joining us tonight, it's been a wild day because it started off with the big storms, the big, no doubter tornadoes in Mississippi earlier this morning, and the long track tornadoes too that were on the ground. I'm sure you've seen some of the awful footage of all that starting from last night. But with all of this, it's probably somewhere in the afternoon to early evening is when things kind of started to just calm down a little bit in Alabama. Turned into a big ball of rain that just sort of took some of the oomph out of it, which was great. So all of a sudden, all the tornado warnings started to fall apart. Went for a long time without seeing warnings or anything like that. And we've been saying, well, that's a good trend for us. This will lead into tonight. And off and on, there have been a little flare up where you'll see a couple of tornado warnings or maybe a severe thunderstorm warning, and then kind of settle back down. So what we're dealing with now is so much better than what I thought we may be dealing with when this came in, because when you got a level 5 in Alabama, and then which is now a level 4, and we're in a 3 as this is about to drop out of the 4 into the 3. So we knew that it would be getting better hopefully as we went through the overnight, but I thought we would probably have a lot of tornado warnings coming in that just we're going to take some time to kind of get that down. So having said all that, no warnings for right now unless this turns into a yellow box or something in a second. But let's do some looking around on it because the difference between a yellow box and a red box obviously is going to be severe thunderstorm warning is going to be for straight line winds. And of course the red polygon for tornado warnings would be something that is rotating. So we will take a look at the velocity map here. And what we're looking at is some bowing segments in there. And that's going to tell us where we're seeing straight line winds. Okay, so you can see how this kind of bows out right here. And right here we've seen that. What we have to watch for is an occasional little dimple in there sometimes in between these segments you'll see that. And you might get a brief spin up for a little bit that may go for, a few scans of the radar, maybe a handful of minutes out there, and then on the next thing you know it's not there. And then maybe it'll show up again somewhere. So we would rather have those kind of spin-ups if we're going to have them than those large, violent tornadoes, long track, the ones that they saw back, Mississippi and other states starting from last night into this morning. So if that's all we have, then we can deal with that. As far as the lightning is concerned, we have seen a ton of that. I mean, that's been really impressive out there. Let's see if I can get you to that map. At any given time in a 15-minute time frame, we've seen sometimes on the order of 3,000 lightning strikes. So let's see. I'll move the map over a little bit here. And I'm thinking this number should be a lot less now because what we're seeing is weakening up here in the Atlanta area. They've been seeing less and less in that regard. Most of the severe threat as far as potential for punch should be kind of sinking more and more southward as we go through tonight. I'm going to show you something on that in just a second. So let's take a look at this. We're going to draw a box, we'll say from Atlanta area, starting Birmingham on down, and we'll see this is a 15-minute period. And yeah, that's much better. Earlier it was 3,000 lightning strikes. This is more like 1,600 lightning strikes in a 15-minute period. That's including all of this out there. So just to show you, there's obviously a lot of that. So it's going to be making a racket as it comes in, but we expected that. All right, so let's go to clear this off. And I'm going to show you let's check just for a second here. We're going to check the velocity on that one that does have a tornado warning southwest of Columbus. Let's look at that. All right. So there's one that's showing up there. That goes until 1:30 Central Time, which is 2:30 for us. These are the kind of things, as you know, if you follow tornado things with us here, that you're looking for red and green, red and blue. In this case, with relative velocity, we're looking for that couplet next to each other, wind going in two different directions. So that would show you where things are spinning. So that is heading probably going to be north if you follow here. So this is heading toward the Alabama-Georgia state line. And we've seen this a pretty good bit as we've been going through tonight, is just you know, kind of a flare up. One of these will spin for a little bit and then kind of fall back down again. And you may be saying, well, why are we looking at that? That's way down there. Well, because if you look at the way the actual line is moving east, but the cells within there are moving toward the northeast. So you can see why we would pay attention to something like that. Not saying it's going to, again, the likelihood of having long track, large tornadoes tonight is very low, but still something to watch. It doesn't mean that that thing is going to be on the ground going all the way up here, but we're just watching as these come across. You're not just looking west to east here. You're not looking kind of, you know, latitudinally thinking, okay, well, this is kind of pin high with Cordial, you know, this is mainly going to be here. The line is coming this way, but again, the cells are all kind of pulling up in that direction. And the last check we saw on that was about northeast at 60 miles an hour. I think some of these cells have been going. So we'll see how it goes to see if that stays there. What we can do is we can look back a little bit and see how this thing has been looking over time. So yes, this is in Alabama, but we're trying to just get an idea of how these things have been behaving. So you can see occasionally like a little bit of rotation there. Right now it's showing pretty good signature for now anyway. We'll see if it stays that way. Yeah.
We do have a Skycam in Columbus.
Let's do Ansley's mic there if we can. Hey, I hear you.
We do have a Skycam in Columbus. Maybe we could kind of get a picture of all those lightning strikes that are going on in that area. I can pull it up for you.
Let's see, I've got it over here. So did you already channel it through?
I have not just yet. Let me do that really quickly.
Okay, so there's the Macon Skycam, and you can see the flag wave, and obviously we have a ton of wind out there. This is all prefrontal wind, so, and there you can see the lightning strikes here too. So this is the Columbus area?
Yeah. With almost 1,000 lightning strikes, it should be pretty bright. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. So, yeah, there's definitely not going to be a shortage of lightning with this as it comes through. So stay away from windows and all that until this moves on through. All right, so that's the Columbus area. They have some wind going on there. I'm going to take you back to the radar shot. Still waiting to see if there's going to be, you can see they've trimmed back that severe thunderstorm warning, just kind of cutting the back edge off since that part of the storm has already come through, but they left this, and that goes to 2 more minutes to 2 o'clock. Anybody seen anything in the chat about them extending that?
They continued it, but it just...
Oh. Okay. Megan's going to put us a GDOT camera of Troup County, also near Columbus, with some lightning strikes. Let's say give us a second. So we'll see when that pops up. So the kind of coverage we'll have tonight, guys, is if we know that if we're not in a period where we're seeing a lot of warnings, that's a great thing. But also, I know in the middle of the night, you'll hear this stuff and you go, man, you turn on the TV and you're like, oh, where is it? So we're going to try to just kind of stay with all this, regardless of how severe or not severe it is. That is definitely that's a camera shot. That's what it is. Okay, let's go on over. David, you got something?
Yeah, I do. So,
all right, here we go.
What we just saw was 1,600 lightning strikes in the past 15 minutes. But what's interesting about this is that most of them come from positive strikes. Now, what's interesting about this is that positive strikes make up less than 5% of all lightning strikes. Now, they're super rare, but they have a higher voltage than negative strikes. So if they strike the ground, they could cause more damage, especially to power lines, and they could potentially cause some fires to forests because of how charged the lightning strikes are. So that's really interesting considering how rare these lightning strikes are, but they make up the majority of the total lightning strikes here that we're seeing in Georgia. So that's something interesting that I'm seeing, but so far seeing that the number is still increasing and they're mostly positive strikes.
Yeah, good stuff there, Dave. The new warning just came out there, severe thunderstorm warning. And it's interesting because a lot of times it's usually the fewer of the positive strikes. So we were wondering if that was going to be the case here, that there would be an extension of the severe thunderstorm warning. It is one long one just covering this whole swath right here, which does include that tornado part right there. So we'll see if that stays as something that is rotating as it comes on up, or does it eventually just get absorbed into this sort of straight line wind mode right here? So this is our first warning, Upson County, Taylor County, and a little bit of Crawford right there. And that one goes until, let's see if it'll grab that and tell us 245. So again, straight line winds with this. We're not seeing rotation in our area for this, as this is going to be maybe some 60-mile-an-hour winds and definitely some lightning with that. So outside of that, that one tornado warning down there is the only thing that is rotating that we can find. And as you can see, it was showing up with that couplet, and you can see a pretty good bit of lightning with it. So that's a healthy part of that storm. Now, sure, it's back in Alabama, but again, it is floating up in this direction. So we'll watch and see how this works as we go forward in time. Another thing to keep in mind too is the ingredients needed. Now, let's put on here the storm outlook, the convective outlooks for this. Well, that's showing day 2. That's not what we wanted. Let's see if we can get that to show. Well, no, it's showing, see, that's just where things are messed up, because day 1, guys, is gone. So now it doesn't show us our day 1 anymore. This is one of the beauties of the SPC. I just don't understand it. It's 2025 and we still have these sort of issues where in the overnight. So the whole thing I was going to show you about the threat going from a 4 to a 3, since we're technically now on over into Sunday, is no longer there. So we have jumped over into a threat level for during the morning and day tomorrow, with nothing showing us what's going on now. So what we'll do is we'll just know that this was a level 3. Hopefully someday that will be fixed out there. Maybe, we'll see. But anyway, severe thunderstorm warning is going on from Thomaston to Butler, on down over to Columbus and down north of Cuthbert there. Again, 60-mile-per-hour winds possible. I'm going to turn off the SPC outlook since that doesn't matter anymore. See if we can get that to go away. Again, that only cell down there, the only one that's rotating is that one that is about to cross the state line. Let's go to, just to check to make sure that the SPC day 1 on this graphic, yeah, it just does the same thing. All right, so we're going to show you the graph model, and this will try to give you its take on what it thinks would be how things would roll as we go on through tonight. Now, keep in mind that this one hasn't come out in a while, so there'll be one coming in later. So it's not quite initializing with what we have right now, but it gives you the idea. So this goes forward. Well, this is 2 in the morning, so here we go. And let's go forward now. This is 3. Loosely trying to pick up on, I think this probably makes more sense right here, but I don't know if this timing is right, because some of this seems a little weird to me that we have basically what we're seeing right now at 5 in the morning. So I think that we're probably a little ahead of schedule, and maybe some of these storms are kind of punching in, with a little bit more forward speed. I'm not so sure. It doesn't make sense to me that it would still be at 6 o'clock in the morning, still coming through the Macon area when we're already starting to move into some of our western counties now. We'll see how it goes, but these times may be a little bit too late here. This would be 7, 8 o'clock. Wouldn't hurt my feelings if this is too late and this would be over sooner. I'm sure you would feel the same way about it. So let's show you the tornado potential graphic. And this kind of makes sense. We had been talking about, for many days here now, that all these, these colors up here getting into the red, that's what we were seeing over in Alabama with the high potential for tornadic weather, and then dropping down, down, down. And now we're seeing it kind of about where it is now, and then more toward the south. Now, as we go forward, you'll see more of that just sort of, it's not high, it's not super low, but it's it's much lower than what they were seeing out toward the west. See if I can get that back to where we put a pause on it right there. So the overall thing is that most of this hopefully would be going farther toward the south, and either way starting to kind of lose some of this punch there. All right, now with the CAPE values, or convective available potential energy, CAPE, or just instability, the fuel for these storms, you can see the brighter yellow over there in Montgomery, kind of southward there. All right, so as we go forward, you can see a little bit kind of stretching up, kind of what we're doing right now, 3, 4 o'clock. So a little bit of fuel right there for these things to keep kind of their punch. Let's go forward. And you can see that that kind of drops down a little bit and stays mainly more in South Georgia. We'll see how what that does to the storms as they keep moving on eastward. All right, let's go back to the radar. All right, let's see.
It is interesting, Ben. The HER also kind of slows this thing down as it pushes across our area. So I wonder if both of them are just maybe not picking up on how quick it's moving now, or if it maybe will kind of.
Yeah, maybe
slow
the
down
next
this punch.
runs will initialize a little better.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah, because it does seem like it's got a little more giddy up on it, which I would love to see that, to see this thing just motor on through, and let's get it over with. Another thing, you can see these occasional green polygons on there. I mean, obviously, that's not the biggest threat, but something to talk about is these occasional flash flood warnings, because these things, especially where they're congregating into clusters like this, are putting down a lot of rain in a short amount of time. So that's another issue. Obviously, you don't need to be out on the roads anyway, so just something to think about. All right, so let's zoom in and start to see where some of these lightning strikes are, even if you're not in the warned area. Upson, Taylor counties are definitely in that severe thunderstorm warning. Other spots, definitely hearing some thunder going on in Monroe County, getting on down into Crawford and Macon counties, the lightning strikes there into Thomaston and Butler. But the biggest part of the punch that makes this a severe thunderstorm warning, since we've had a little bit of movement here, we will check on this, is going to be how that bows right there. Let's see if I can see it on base, velocity, I can do that. Either one's going to work. Okay, so just notice how there's that kind of curve in there right there. That's where the wind is pretty strong going through right there. That's just kind of giving an indication. It looks like around 60-mile-per-hour winds, which is a typical severe thunderstorm warning. Some of the other severe thunderstorm warnings throughout the past day or so and what was forecasted for tonight, we're saying it could be 60 to 80, but these look to be 60 for right now. David, what you got?
Well, I just want to go along to what you just showed in the HER tornado potential. So we saw that most of the potential was towards the south, and I think this correlates to what we're seeing in terms of the storm's behavior. So far, when these storms were within the level 5 out of 5 zones, most of them were broken apart into cells, and then as they moved into the level 4 out of 5, they started to organize into one straight line, and that's where we saw a lot of the tornado potential decrease. But what I'm seeing here, and I think what correlates to that model, is that I'm seeing a bunch of cells just south of Taylor County. So that's something to keep an eye out, especially if we see a hook within these cells. These cells have been doing that so far in Alabama. And I'm just going to put the tornado potential model just to show you what I'm talking about. So as those cells were just near the southwestern counties, it correlates to the light green that's shown in the color table for Crisp County, Dooley County, Wilcox County. The overall message is we're going to keep an eye on these cells to see if there's any rotation going on. But all in all, we're hoping that it will continue to organize into one straight line. That way, that the main concern that we'll have is straight line winds, in which straight line winds is typically what we see with any springtime system.
We'd rather see that, and I think that's what was kind of helping us earlier, or in Alabama, like you said, we were looking back there, is everything was congregating together, and it was just one kind of rain-cooled air mass that was taking a little bit of the punch out of everything. When you start to get these things to where they can kind of get off on their own as these independent cells, that's not such a great thing. I have pulled up here just to show you that rotation is continuing, and I get it that it's over in Alabama. It's crossing the state line here in a few minutes, so south of Columbus. So far down there, but again with that general movement kind of toward the northeast. So it's shooting up in this direction like that. Doesn't mean that it's going to hold this form as it comes across, but it is something for us to watch as we go through the next couple hours or so. We'll see if this thing is still showing some signs of spinning there. And then, okay, we have a traffic cam in Upson County we're going to take a look at here. Yeah, that's a little bit windy right there, and you can definitely see the lightning flashing. So this is in an area that is in the severe thunderstorm warning. I don't know where in Upson County it is. I don't know if it's in Thomaston or, what does it say, Walmart?
It says
Walmart
Deluxe
Circle,
yeah.
Church Street. Okay.
North Church Street.
Yeah, so that kind of tells a little bit of the story of what the folks are seeing there. Again, still a lot to go as we go on through tonight, getting this on off toward the east. Got to see, you know, if this thing's going to line up into something a little more linear, as we were talking about, thus the term line up, which would kind of help. It would put us more in, again, getting out of these independent little renegade rogues cells out there. But what this is kind of showing, lining up, you end up with a severe thunderstorm warning that's coming across right here. But we don't want to see a lot of little red polygons all over the place with tornadoes. And again, our likelihood of seeing that is low, definitely lower than what they saw out west. But again, it's obviously not zero. So that is, again, for Thomaston, Butler, so it's, you know, Upson, Taylor counties until 2:45, that severe thunderstorm warning. And the main punch of it is what is coming into, let me see if I can get us over there, through Tableton now. So the main part of it that has the strongest wind, again, is right here on that leading edge. So there's a new scan. So it'll be coming in Upson County there and then into Taylor County a little bit. So most of that hasn't even gotten into Upson and Taylor just yet, but it will as we go through the next 10 minutes or so. And then if that holds like that, and that's the way this goes, then it'll eventually come on across Crawford, Monroe, and maybe Bibb and all that in just a little bit.
And Ben, I'll also say with the fact that we're not having tornadoes right now, they are saying in the National Weather Service chat, the emergency management directors up in North Georgia are saying that they had several reports of trees down power lines and things like that. So the winds in a severe thunderstorm warning, still important to take into account, especially with the heavy rainfall that we have also. Sometimes that can kind of loosen the ground up. So still important to pay attention to the winds, even when we're not necessarily tracking tornado warnings.
Well, interesting you say that, because now there's a tornado warning extension now into Georgia here from that cell, because it is keeping its signature for right now. So there is Columbus, so crossing over. Let me see if I can get us a little bit closer here. Chattahoochee and Stewart until 2:45. Is that the severe thunderstorm warning or the tornado warning?
That's the tornado warning.
That's until 2:45. Okay, so I don't know what's going on with the velocity mode of this radar. It looks like, I said earlier, like sherbet ice cream. It's our radar, but the one in Jeffersonville, I don't know why it's all these colors. Let's see if we can get it to show something different. It's just different colors. Okay, so hopefully as stuff moves in, we'll get a better look with our radar there. Till then, we're just kind of jumping around to different ones. So again, it's way away, this potential tornado. It's radar indicated, but again, crossing over the state line into Georgia here in a little bit, and then again, moving northeast at, did it say, did we get a movement on that one?
$55 miles per hour.
Moving northeast at 55. So we can try to do a track on that. It's way down here though. Oh, yeah, that'll be a while. Yeah, that's nowhere near. So be interesting to see, because the storm itself again is moving northeast, but the whole line is also pushing over. So in other words, this is going this way, all of this is coming this way. So generally this is all you're going to kind of be doing like this as well. So we'll have to see how that's going to go. And again, it may not even stay looking like that either. All right. So the only warning we have, but it covers a lot of area, is that severe thunderstorm warning for Upson, Taylor, and a little bit of Crawford until 2:45, I believe was what it was on that. That one's trying to pick up the tornado warning. Yep, 2:45 there. And we can hear the thunder here at the station. There was a strike over downtown just a second ago. I would say overall probably less lightning than what we saw earlier, but where it is around the storms, obviously clustered pretty tightly there. So instead of 3,000 lightning strikes in 15 minutes, now it's more like, 1,500, something like that. But around those strongest storms. Obviously, that's where you're going to have the majority of that lightning. So, and again, overall, not too, upset about the way the radar and the warning map looks. I mean, I was thinking it could have been a whole lot worse than that coming in. So, what is this that we're showing over there?
Oh, so I officially found the...
You officially found it. I love
the original
Officially found it.
SVC
Okay,
outlook.
yeah.
So yes, the storms are now positioned where the level 4 out of 5 risk is now ending. So we're now entering the level 3 out of 5 risk. Once again, that level 4 was grazing the western tip of Upson County. So now as it enters into central Georgia, it's at level 3 out of 5. So the reason here, or forecast was that it's going to gradually decrease in strength, and we've seen that as it moved it out of the level 5 out of 5 zone. Now, we're still seeing that severe weather is still occurring. It's not as much as what we saw earlier today, so that just corresponds to what we've been saying all the time. But we just want to say that throughout the rest of the morning, there's not a non-zero chance of a tornado warning or a tornado to occur. So we still have to keep those risks in mind.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we'd love for it to go to 0, but that is not the case. So there's a new ding there. Is that a new watch or something, or is that it may be that they trimmed off some of that severe thunderstorm warning. Let's see.
They have not said anything just yet.
Let me go to the big picture and see if there's any change. Oh, a new tornado watch. That's what it is. So that covers our whole area. What is the time on that? How long does that watch go? I'm assuming till
10 a.m. this morning.
10 a.m. Thank goodness. So we figured there would be another tornado watch to go ahead and cover the whole area as it comes on through. So this covers all of central Georgia now under a tornado watch, which this is not surprising. We figured that would be the case. Until 10 in the morning, and that would get us all the way across the board to our southeastern counties there. Again, the lightning is going to be definitely more noticeable and present around the storms that are kicking it the most, and that would be the one in the yellow polygon. Again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning until 2:45. That is a tornado warning in Alabama that crosses over into Georgia and goes until 2:45 as well. But again, that's still far off here. We're still hoping that that doesn't continue as it makes its way toward the northeast. I mean, again, you can see the general line is trying to pull this way, but the cells individually are going toward the northeast there. So the main, as luck would have it, there's not a ton of severe weather out there. This is sarcasm here, as luck would have it. But out of the whole bulk of this line, the main part that has the biggest oomph to it is what's heading into our area. So just kind of have your plan in place. Again, staying away from windows, especially because of all the lightning we're seeing out there. And gusty winds, obviously we've had that all day though, even before this, just the prefrontal winds all day coming in out of the south. That new tornado watch, again, till 10 a.m. covers the entire area. Let's go back and see if, I just want to see if the high-res model has come out with a new one. It's probably not. Let's see. That might be new. I don't know. So that picks up kind of where we are now. Let's go forward. 3, 4. That makes a little more sense. That may be clear of the Macon area by 4. That sounds a little more right. Maybe 4 to 5, somewhere in there. And then you can really see a lot less activity, it looks like, as you go farther toward the east and southeast in our southeastern counties. I don't think the threat it never goes to 0, but hopefully it will come down in intensity some.
So I just saw the mesoscale discussion by the Storm Prediction Center, and they highlighted that a lot of the risk is coming from an increase of winds from the low-level jet. So I know a lot of you do not know what that term is. So the low-level jet is a strong pocket of winds coming from the Gulf, and we're seeing this as you can see dark green, meaning muggy air, immediately coming just west of Panama City, and the winds are coming together. That's the low-level jet, and that's bringing in an increase of moisture, warmer air, just enough ingredients for rotation to at least occur. So that's probably the reason why we're seeing a lot more tornado warnings spawn at this time.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, we've been kind of following that. And again, the plan was all through the day to be seeing a lot of that influence in Alabama. It just didn't fully stay together that way. So again, this is not crazy out of the ordinary. I mean, this is kind of stuff we expected going into tonight. Again, frankly, probably a little bit more than this. But you know, even over back in Alabama, you would see these and they would spin up for a little bit, and then sometimes they would kind of go back down again. So we're waiting to see if that rotation may calm down. Even without that, I mean, some of the straight line winds with this severe thunderstorm warning still could bring down a few limbs and stuff like that as it's coming across. So next on the stop from this is going to be, as we're starting to see things kind of expand out here, Monroe County, Crawford County, you're not in a warning, but you are probably getting some of the wind and definitely starting to hear the thunder cracking out there. As again, as we mentioned, a fair amount of lightning strikes with all this. Looks like that maybe that main punch of wind now getting into Upson and northern Taylor counties. All right, hit it. Which one is this? Upson. This is that traffic cam.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, the sheets of rain right there coming in. And you can see the traffic lights blowing around there. So
Yeah, that's gusty.
yeah, that's pretty strong. So that is the leading edge of that severe thunderstorm warning there in Upson County on a GDOT camera there. Church Street at Walmart Deluxe Circle, I think is what we're going with there. I'm
I think
assuming
that's
a
what it
shopping
is.
center.
I think that was the same Skycam that was used 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, well now it's,
a lot
it's
more
clearly
gusty
there
there.
now.
Yeah.
So this is the leading edge of that coming through. And I'm going to see if I can find that with velocity here. So yeah, somewhere in there is what they're seeing. So what we just saw on that camera, I'm assuming that Walmart is in Thomaston. I'm assuming that's where we were.
I think.
At Church Street. See if you can find Church Street in Thomaston. Walmart. Maybe that's where that is. Anyway, so I think that's definitely the wind we were just seeing on that GDOT camera there as it's punching on in, which is inside, obviously, this severe thunderstorm warning here. So if this wind stays the way it is, and so far it doesn't look like it's losing its punch, we may see in a little while an extension of a severe thunderstorm warning for Monroe County into Crawford as this is coming on across. So far, again, not seeing anything rotating in there, which is good.
That's about the right area you had.
So I just found the exact location. It's just north of Thomaston.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so
So-
right in here somewhere. That's what we're seeing on that camera there with the traffic lights. Good job, guys. That was good. Let's see. Let's roll on down here to check on this one, the one that has had the tornado signature there, and it's still showing it now out of Alabama into Georgia. And you can see the red and green next to each other there. Let's do a little loop on it and see how it has looked over time. And it's been keeping it the whole way there, so we'll see if it stays with that as it goes farther toward the northeast. And again, I'm assuming that thing is also moving at 60 miles an hour toward the northeast. What is the movement on these warnings? Have they changed that? Because it was 60 earlier for the severe thunderstorm warning, and I don't know if we got the movement. No, it was northeast at 55. Is that what it was?
55 was the tornado
Yeah.
warning, yeah.
60 was the storms like an hour ago
Okay.
as they entered the Alabama-Georgia border.
All right.
The severe thunderstorm was moving real slow, 35 miles per hour.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. So Upson and Taylor, mainly Upson County right now, on that leading edge up there is where the punch is. And again, no warnings for Monroe and Crawford, but you can see everything kind of spreading on over here pretty quickly now. Ready for this to kind of, I'm sure you are too, come on in and start moving over, so then eventually we can start drawing the line, the whole, all clear on the back side of some of this and start clearing some folks out so they can go to bed. But as long as it's like this and not what they were seeing out west, we can be thankful for what it is, given the strength of this system and all the havoc it has caused out toward the west here. to have a severe thunderstorm warning and perhaps a tornado warning down to the south, if it still holds together for our area, is pretty amazing if that's the way this stays as we go on through, even if it carried this all the way across. I know I'd be thankful for that, given to what it could be. And again, we're not out of the woods, that's for sure. So there's a new severe thunderstorm warning underneath that one that covers Cuthbert there now too. So kind of interesting that you're getting severe thunderstorm in the middle. There's a spin right in there. So I'm interested to see if that's going to stay doing that, or is it all going to kind of go straight line winds? And don't know just yet. A little thunder here on our roof. Let's see. Let's zoom in. You can see rain, thunder going on, and Roberta, Culloden, Forsyth. A little bit of light rain in West Bibb right now, Lake Tobosoffke, a few sprinkles there. And again, that warning goes for a little less than another 20 minutes, that severe thunderstorm warning, and we'll see if anything gets issued beyond that, farther toward the east or even northeast. So let's check back on the velocity of that tornado warning. Looks like every time we look at it, it's there. It's not as impressive as what it was. And you can see a lot of blue in there right there. And it was probably a little tighter a couple at times. It looks like it's fluctuated a little bit. And now it looks kind of broad and scattered. So I like that. I hope that continues to do that. I wouldn't mind seeing this thing kind of feather out and just become part of the severe thunderstorm warning and get that red out of there. We don't want to see those red polygons. So it looks like they just made a change to the severe thunderstorm warning. They chopped off part of it, I guess. Yeah, took out parts of western Upson County. That's the reason it's glowing, because they did that. They took off some of this over here. So it still goes until 2:45. That green one is a flash flood warning for too much rain in a short amount of time. And again, that's the only thing we can see rotating. And I know you're like, why are you looking down there? Well, that's the only thing we see rotating, and it's heading in this direction. So it's something we want to keep an eye on. And right now it looks better than it did. All right. So let's go back up. I really don't know what's going on with the velocity on Jeffersonville radar. It is,
I agree too,
highly colorful. We'll see as it gets on in here a little closer to see if we can make some sense out of it. Maybe it will. All right, so let's go back to velocity. We did that. I'm going to see what the reflectivity, or the actual rain, how that's looking on the radar. Is loading up here now.
Also, Ben,
Yeah.
that severe thunderstorm warning, before they trimmed off and kind of made an update to it, it was moving at 35 miles per hour. Now it's moving at 45 miles per hour. So hopefully that's encouraging for us, at least. Maybe that means the line will kind of keep picking up as it moves through here.
I want to see some giddy up on this thing. Let's
And
get it
yeah,
on
hopefully
through.
we'll be done with it a little bit sooner.
That'd be great. So yeah, it's really this whole wad right here is going to be the main cluster. If we can just get this on through in one form or the other, I wouldn't mind seeing it. I'm sure you agree, to see it toned down a little bit as it comes across. But once again, though, just to kind of look at it on the bright side, to only have a severe thunderstorm warning for us right now, that's all we have. Of course, the bulk of this hasn't come on in yet, but that's encouraging that that's what this is. And we keep checking in here just to make sure nothing is starting to spin up, and the more, probably need to keep checking that every once in a while, just to make sure we're looking at straight line winds there. And that looks like what we are doing still in Upson County, and not as much in Taylor, maybe just extreme north and northwest Taylor County. And again, that sort of broad rotation, if you want to call it that goes for another 15 minutes there too. So be interesting to see what happens in 15 minutes, because that tornado warning either extends or drops off, and then something's got to go in the place of this severe thunderstorm warning. Well, that looks a little better. Now that we're getting the storms in, well, it's stuck between two radars, between Peachtree City and ours right there. But that gives you an idea a little bit better. Seeing from our radar, it's more the red and green. So don't see rotation in there. That's the main thing. Sorry about all the flashing colors. We're stuck out in between all these different radars, and every time I move one way or the other, it's grabbing another radar. So if I barely go this way, then it's going to jump over and grab Montgomery. This grabs Peachtree City. Just a little bit this way pulls in Jeffersonville. So we're kind of in this triad area right here. All right. So nothing doing along that other than straight line winds in there, and that's the most important thing. But it looks like it's pretty gusty.
We also have a hail core right near the rotation. It's not large in diameter at all. It's actually penny-sized hail, but still something to look out for. We haven't been mentioning hail a lot in our forecast, but hail over an inch or maybe even more is still possible. But as of right now, just northwest of Lumpkin, near that rotation, just a penny-sized hail. So we're going to keep an eye on this if it continues to grow in diameter.
Yeah, and also there's a little bit, I'd forgotten to kind of look on that as well. There's a little bit right there south of Talbotton, so just outside of Taylor and Upson County in there as well. So yeah, there hasn't been a whole lot of hail, has there? There's just been sporadically every once in a while we'll see that. All right, so just can't check enough the velocity. That tells the story. I mean, we can look back and see the rain and the lightning and all that, but again, it's going to be that, you know, what form does this take? And as long as it's doing this, you know, then that's a punch of straight line wind. So that's severe thunderstorm warning type stuff. Again, I mean, not very pleasant, but I mean, it's better than having something that's rotating out there in my book. As we go on back down, let's check and see if there's been a new scan. To me, that still is kind of broad. It's not what it was. And again, you can see for yourself when I go back in time, right there, especially right there, it was showing up a pretty good bit. And then since then, let me check one more thing there actually. Let's see. So we're looking just to see if there's,
I think if there is anything, it may pick up a little bit on that hail too, if it's a light value.
yeah, and I'm not even seeing much of that, trying to look for debris in there,
Yeah.
but yeah, I'm not so sure that I don't know if that was one that is on the ground or not, but anyhow, I like the trend that it looks like it's not as tightly wrapped as it was earlier. So the lightning, if you just kind of look at it from this vantage point, it looks like everything is definitely going a little faster to me, because now it's moving more into the Macon area. We're starting to see rain come on in, Crawford, eventually West Bibb, and starting to get more of the storm on in. So, you know, let's dance. You know, let's get this thing on in and start to get it on across here. Because the good news is I don't see a lot behind it. Now, earlier with some of that, like in Alabama and all that, it was such a wide swath. So you would have kind of a leading edge, and then you would have some clustering in the middle, and then kind of a little one more line in the back and all that, and it just took forever to get these things on across. This looks to be kind of just the one big shot if we can get it on through here. Again, it's going to take some time, obviously, but then that'd make things better. Let's look at it on the big picture too, and because this is with local radars, so we're not able to see the full scale. This is the full scale with a composite radar. So you can see the new tornado watch that goes out for all of our area, again, until 10 in the morning. So there's a lot of lightning with that, that's for sure. So coming on across at the line itself, though, that's the thing. I don't really know how fast the line is moving. I know that some of the cells are moving anywhere from 45 maybe to 55 miles an hour, but I guess it looks like it's at a decent clip.
Picked up definitely.
Yeah,
Since
so
it crossed the border.
I'm hoping that we're going to push this on through quicker than we were thinking.
It was definitely a slow mover when it was in Alabama.
Oh,
I think
yeah.
It took hours to finally get out of the Birmingham area as it approached the northwestern corner of Georgia. But now, yeah, we're starting to see it pick up in speed.
Yeah. So let's see. We have 10 minutes on that severe thunderstorm warning in yellow, and as well as that tornado warning down there. Let's go back. I mean, all it takes is a few minutes to get another scan in, and then to get to see what these things, how they're evolving and changing around. I like the way that's looking, or the way it's not looking, I guess I should say. We want to see that continue to just kind of diffuse and sort of broaden out like that, instead of those. You don't want to see just a little bright red and bright green right next to each other like that. So that's better. Hopefully that's a sign that that's losing some of that. I would like to see it really kind of get absorbed into that wave. And let's take the lightning off and see if that will tell us something, if we can kind of get an idea of how it plays into that. All right, so you can actually see it kind of hooking right in there as it comes in. And of course, we continue to watch even these little individual cells that go out front. Sometimes those can be ones that may want to rotate a little bit, but they don't seem to have that sort of signature on them right now. So,
I mean, I definitely see the kink, but I'm looking back at the base velocity, and I see it more broadening out. It's a lot more darker than what it usually was. So I think that's definitely a good sign.
For that warning, that
same one.
Yeah.
I think a new radar scan just came in, and it was continuing to get darker.
Well, that's
in terms
good.
of the rotation.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, it's looking not as good. So we want to see more and more of that. That's for sure. There's still a hail core a little bit right there. Not a ton, but a little bit. And I don't see that other one around Talbotton. That seems to be gone. Most of the hail, which is very little, is more toward the south. Okay, let's go back to the big picture and see how things are moving toward the east into places like Monroe, Crawford, Bibb. And we can see a pretty good rain coming down in Forsyth, Barnesville, Culloden. Off and on rain for Roberta on over toward Lizella. Looks like light rain there. But the main punch of rain, wind, and lightning and all that still is what's coming from this area. So we'll see if this holds together, or holds together. I think it probably will. Is it going to have enough on it that the Weather Service wants to extend the severe thunderstorm warning on off toward the east? And even though that storm that's in the tornado warned area right here, Chattahoochee and Stewart, even though it doesn't have quite the same look to it, it's looking less structured, which is good, still has a lot of lightning with that and some hail. So that's still a strong storm, even if it's not rotating. We'll just have to see, like to see it go more, kind of again, phase in and fuse in with this severe thunderstorm warning here.
And to your point, we're seeing that the strongest of the wind, so the bowing out section, is moving into places such as Crawford County, Monroe County already. So around this point, it should be the point where we should see the extension of the warning. So I think it's a good sign so far that we're not seeing anything yet.
Yeah, I mean, if they're going to move on it, you would think it would be now, because that's leaving Upson County and the polygon. So, I mean, this is some strong wind here already.
The time is basically now to issue the warning.
Yeah, and you can see the blue in here now, so you're getting some higher velocities here of wind, velocity readings. Let's see actually if we can ask it about that. Let's see what we have here. Yeah, maybe 65 mile an hour winds.
That's well over the threshold, or that's around the threshold, but the threshold is around 59 miles per hour.
Yeah, so we'll see if they issue something on that. Not yet, though. Not yet. And again, just to check on our little friend down here, that is looking less and less like a healthy tornado couplet there. So that's good. We want that to continue. How about any of these other ones that are down here? Yeah, we're getting that clown look on the colors again. I don't see anything down here that's jumping out. So really, Monroe, Crawford, and Taylor, still some gusty winds going on here. But again, those are just some of the pixels that I queried there and asked, like, what it, and it showed maybe, 65, 67 miles an hour. Maybe that's not accurate. Maybe it is. We'll wait and see. I know that there's 5 more minutes left on this warning, and a good chunk of the actual windiest part of it has already left the polygon here from Monroe County on down into Crawford. Taylor County's still in there enough that Butler still has some of the wind inside that warned area. And again, this is a flash flood warning if you're wondering what that green is. So it'll be interesting to see in 5 minutes what happens to this and then what happens to that tornado warning polygon down there as well.
And in terms of the hail that we just saw near Cusseta, now it has dropped down to less than half an inch. Earlier,
good.
which is penny size. Now it's getting even smaller, so that's showing that it's losing a little bit of its steam. This hail core is now diminishing, so it's always a good sign to see that. And we're not seeing any more hail cores pop up as of right now, especially in central Georgia, which is the most important thing.
Yeah, because that's a good sign of a healthy storm, bigger the hail core, and then also more lightning too. Of course, we're still seeing a pretty good bit of lightning with some of these. So, but we do want to see it continue to weaken down like that, and having the hail core come down in intensity that kind of helps with that. At least our what we can know about it. All right, so lightning and rain, not severe at this point. Monroe, Crawford, Bibb into Jones County, starting to see a few lightning strikes there. Farther south, not seeing a whole lot other than west of I-75 right now. Okay. Monroe County, G.Cam off of High Falls Road. All right, Megan, what we got? So this looks like on a bridge. Oh, I-75
Yep.
South, High Falls Road. Okay, yeah. So I couldn't make out what that was, but that's the interstate underneath there. So, yeah, rain's starting to pick up, and we're getting some occasional flashes there, but the main part of it is not there just yet. There's one right there. So, yeah, so far not in anything that is severe. No warning. I say that waiting for a beep a ding at any moment.
I think they're dropping that tornado warning from what it seems in the chat.
And I got to be honest, if you just look at it from reflectivity, some of the severe thunderstorm warning storm doesn't look as impressive, except for maybe heading into Monroe County up here on the top.
I think they're going to be dropping both the tornado and the severe thunderstorm warning.
Okay. I'm cool
Yeah,
with
and
that.
even with the influx of lightning, lightning is not one of the things that constitutes as a severe thunderstorm.
Right. Just overall kind of health of a storm, one that's growing or falling apart, just more lightning than less lightning. Sometimes we've seen that over the years, more and more lightning and intensifying storms. So hopefully less and less lightning would mean a decaying storm, I guess is what I was trying to get at earlier, not necessarily severe or not severe. So that's in 2 minutes for those warnings to drop off. Are they kind of saying that, or is it just...
They've gone ahead and said that they've expired both, so maybe just taking our...
Oh, they have. Okay, so that's great.
To drop them.
All right, so let's see. Let's go to velocity mode here for a second. And yeah, the tornado couplet, yes, is gone. I don't even see it there, so that's good. And then up here, the wind is there, but probably I'm also picking that up off of Peachtree City's radar, so I may not be getting accurate pixel data on that when I saw 65, 67, because unfortunately...
Oh, they are. They are going to extend.
The severe thunderstorm warning?
Actually, no, this is maybe further north.
I'm wondering if they would do it for maybe Monroe?
It looks like
Lamar, Monroe?
They're talking about Marion, Webster, and Shealy, so not as big.
I mean, the strongest winds are already going into Monroe already. So
yeah, so they would have done it. They were going to do it, yeah.
Now, one thing about the lightning, Butts County EMA just said that the lightning has caused a house fire in Jackson. So that goes to show from the positive lightning strikes, which is very rare, it's just highly charged. So if it strikes anything, it has a higher chance of causing a fire.
And you just talked about that actually a moment ago, about all these positive lightning strikes out there. So that could be an issue. All right, about 30 seconds away from just having no polygons would be fantastic. Then we could just talk thunderstorms, wind, and lightning out there for a little bit without any sort of bells and whistles. Hopefully this is a sign of, I don't know if weakening is the word I would use just yet, but maybe just kind of changing more into generalized thunderstorms that are coming across as opposed to some that have a thump with it. I mean, having said that, we could see this at any time spin back up in a couple of spots. So again, it's not set in stone that that wouldn't happen. 245.
They also said that they'll still be watching that area where they had the tornado warning, so they'll keep a close eye on it.
Yeah.
But they should be dropping it. Just waiting on that 1 minute away.
Oh yeah, technically it's 245. I think on the radar time here though, it's not 245 yet. So.
Well, this is sort of similar to what we saw at 9 o'clock where Alabama, the storms were moving out of the level 5 out of 5 zones. We only had 1 or 2 tornado warnings and only a handful of severe thunderstorm warnings. So it was sort of like a quiet period. It looked like it was weakening. And then as it moved into the Alabama-Georgia border, that's when we saw a lot more activity and some re-intensification there. So even though it looks like it's going to be quiet, that doesn't mean that it can't pick up back in activity once again.
There they go. Severe thunderstorm warning just fell off. That tornado warning fell off over there. So we have no warnings for central Georgia right now. So hallelujah. That's great. Hopefully this will continue. So anything that you're hearing out there with the thunder, the wind, all that stuff and everything, the heavy rain, and definitely a ton of lightning, as we mentioned, none of this at this point is severe. So we're going to keep an eye on it, though, just to see if things, you know, maybe some straight line winds pick back up. Hopefully nothing rotating. So a lot of what we'll be doing and what the Weather Service is doing is looking at velocity mode a lot. Looking for, is it straight line or is it doing something different? And all of this is basically just straight line winds right here. It's all coming this way. We don't see tight red and green right next to each other doing the spin thing, you know, wind coming toward the radar and wind going away from the radar is the reason why you have the two different colors of pixels that go in different directions. And so that's why they show up that way. Green going toward, red going away. All right, so our velocity on the radar is not going to be any help there. Looks like a tie-dyed shirt. So let's see if we, a new severe thunderstorm warning.
Yep.
Okay, well.
Portions of Taylor County till 3:30 in the morning.
I know it sounds crazy, but I'll take it. Take that over a tornado warning. 60-mile-per-hour winds, I'm imagining. Let's see if we can find the deets on that. And the movement is probably a little bit east-northeast at...
Quicker, at 60 miles per hour.
Good,
Yes.
good. Let's get it on through here. All right, so east-northeast, I'm guessing at around 60 miles an hour on this one.
Yeah, northeast.
Northeast, all right, so that's Taylor County for now. Taylor County's the only one in it. But let's just do a squall line. Let's kind of pick on this thing here and go northeast at 60 miles an hour. If it holds with this kind of shape and gusto to it, then it would be in somewhere like Warner Robins at around 345, so in about an hour. Reynolds, 3 o'clock. You can see Butler, obviously one of the first stops there here in just a few minutes. Fort Valley, maybe 322-ish. And again, if it's a severe thunderstorm warning, nobody wants a warning, but still take it over a tornado warning given the kind of system that this has been for the past couple of days. We knew we were going to have some kind of warnings here tonight, so one severe thunderstorm warning. I didn't quite have that on my bingo card, so hopefully this stays this way. Let's see. All right, let's go up and even into, there's no warning here, but this is all straight line. That's good. We don't see anything kinking up and starting to turn, so won't be long. This is all going to be blowing through Monroe, Crawford, and Bibb County and clearing on through there into Jones County, same thing. So having said that, let's go to let me see if I can get this to load. We'll get this into the, all right, I want to just kind of get an idea with the reflectivity here. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the lightning off. So, been waiting to be able to do this. It's not much. But I would say anything to the west of that is all clear. Probably, really, you can move that over a little bit more. Something like that is all clear. So unfortunately, that only includes Upson County right now. But as you get on into Monroe in a little bit, and eventually Crawford, this main front leading edge will continue to pull on through. Now, that doesn't mean that the lightning is gone. There'll still be some of that around on the back side of all this as it's moving through. Okay. Rain, lightning, Butts County, 75 south camera. Okay. Yeah, so at least that one's in color.
Well, that was around the same place where that house caught on fire due to the lightning strike.
Oh, it was right around there, wasn't it? Yeah, just a little while ago. Yeah, some of those cloud to ground lightning strikes there can cause some trouble. So that's State Route 36, looks like right there. So we had no warning for what, maybe a minute, and then we had this one severe thunderstorm warning again, Taylor County included in that. All right, so let's see just by chance if the graph model or either one of them has had an update. Starts at 2. So this it's still got that time that doesn't make any sense. That's 6 o'clock in the morning coming through the Macon area, and it's almost here. So I don't know if the models are.
Hers doing a little bit of a better job, but.
Let me go to the HERS. All right, so the high res,
Maybe not
rapid refresh.
Maybe not on our graphics because I know we only get the 6-hour updates there, but it does show a little bit of a quicker timing. And now the original severe thunderstorm warnings were going 35 miles an hour. Now they're going 60. I think it's going to move a lot faster.
Yeah, I hope so. Okay, so you do get to a point where sometimes on these events where the models don't really help anymore, especially if they're not initializing at the right spot and everything and kind of picking up on the reality of what's going on. Mainly just a lightning show out there right now, except for those gusty winds that could be up to 60 miles per hour in places like Taylor County. No warning so far for Monroe, Crawford, even though we would say that is a storm that has some wind with it, obviously, and some lightning and some pockets of heavy rain. Let me see, by the way, while we're doing this, finally we're getting in close enough to where we can show some other things. There's the Macon Skycam. Maybe a little slow as we go here, which is a good thing. We don't have a whole lot of warnings or things to show. So a lot of what we're doing too, sometimes in events like this in the middle of the night, is it's peace of mind to know there is not all this stuff going on. So you're not imagining hearing all this thunder out there and going, oh, this has got to be really bad. Is even if this is somewhat boring, then that's a good thing. That means that not a whole lot is happening. Let's get into, this is going to be the Perry Skycam coming your way, the RV Expo going on out there, or it was. Are they still over there? Let's see. No, a lot of them must have pulled up and left. I don't know when it was ending, but I mean, I'm sure they're thinking with the weather and everything, just get on out. So, but that there is still an RV out there, at least 1 or 2 or 3. All right, we're going to try to find the Dublin Skycam is not going to show us a whole lot right now. Let's try to take a look at the newly installed Warner Robins camera at Central Georgia Technical College. This one is going to come on your screen now. Here it comes as it's zooming out, and we'll turn. This one turns really fast, and we will get an idea of, wow, looking off in toward the west here and see if it will focus up for us a little bit. It looks like it's not doing that, but we will get the idea of where the lightning is coming in a little bit. We're not seeing a hole. There's a strike way off. That looked like a cloud to ground strike there. And we'll go back to the Macon Skycam. And I'm going to point it toward the west so we can probably see if we can grab some of the lightning coming in. We're going to pan this thing on around over the hospital here. And right there, I'm going to stop it here. And see if we see a lightning. Again, there's been a lot of it out there. If, obviously, this is from the common sense folder, but wow, that was pretty impressive. We start to see less and less of it, then there it is right there.
There you go.
Yeah, I saw it over here
That was
first.
definitely a positive strike, too.
Yeah. I was looking at it here first, and then I was thinking you were seeing it. But there's a little bit of delay here from where I'm moving the camera to when you see it on TV there. So,
and we can hear that rumble of thunder.
yeah, I can hear the
from
rumble
station,
out
too.
there. Again, the only warning that we have for right now is Taylor County. What was the expiration on that one?
I believe it was 3:30 in the morning.
3:30. All right, so that one severe thunderstorm warning until 3:30 for Taylor County. This is about to be a pretty good one right here. Let's see.
Yeah, whoa. Right on time.
Decent. Okay, so let's go back over to our radar. And this is going to show, hopefully, some more movement toward the east, trying to get the old giddy up on this and getting it on through here.
I'm seeing a positive sign from the storms. So the cells that I was talking about just 30 minutes to an hour ago, it seems like they're now joining together with the main line. So it's starting to organize.
Good.
That's always a good thing. That's going to decrease our tornado potential, and it's going to make the main concern straight line winds. But of course, we're not seeing much in terms of additional severe thunderstorm warnings other than, of course, Taylor County, meaning that the National Weather Service believes that the winds are just below the threshold of 60 miles per hour. So
That's
always
good.
a good thing.
That is a good thing. And I got to be honest, unless I'm just seeing things, it looks like this part of the line, which would make sense because we were supposed to see intensity coming down from the north-south. It looks like fewer and fewer lightning strikes up here,
Yeah.
too, which is a sign that maybe these things are trying to weaken down somewhat. That should be fantastic. We get them to weaken down and get some speed on them to get them on through here. The heaviest part, obviously, is over there, heading toward Lumpkin there with all the lightning. And that is the spot earlier that had some rotation with it. And we'll check again on velocity. Not the tie-dyed shirt version, but maybe this right here. This is frustrating. I don't know what's going on with the color table of the Jeffersonville radar, but it is not very user-friendly tonight. Well, we can try to pick up Peachtree City right there and use that. Yeah, the 3:30. Okay, so again, you can see most of that wind now has made its way carving in from Forsyth to Roberta and starting to kind of maybe calm down a little bit behind it then. So this is kind of the leading edge, but this is not severe, just to show you that it shows up though as straight line winds, so that's important. As we go farther on down, and again, like David was talking about, the area that had some rotation earlier, everything is just kind of getting into one line, which is what we want to see. Doesn't mean you couldn't still have a little wrinkle in there, a little brief spin up kind of thing in there, but we want to see a little more organization, everything getting together. So that's a better look. So we see nothing rotating out there right now.
And to your point about seeing less lightning strikes, I think an hour ago when we started, the lightning strikes were around 1,600. Now we're seeing them around 1,100, so 1,178 to be exact. So that's right around 500 lightning strikes less than what we originally
right before
saw.
we came on, it was like 3,000 in a 15-minute period too. So this dropped a lot. I mean, this has come down. That's a good point.
They just trimmed off some of the counties from the tornado watch as well.
All right, let me
So
go to
they're
that.
keeping a tight grip on what areas are in the clear from now on.
On the watch?
Yeah, I think the only area close to us that they trimmed off was Lamar.
Okay.
Oh, and Upson as well.
Well, you're talking about this one, I'm assuming, right? So
Yeah,
this,
they canceled
But
that
I wonder why. Oh, so they're just now doing it?
Yeah.
Okay, because I was wondering, like, why is all that part still way out there? That should have been cut back a long time ago. So we'll start to see that get cut back. But obviously, this one right here goes until 10 in the morning. But as these storms continue to go more and more toward the east here, we'll start to see those get trimmed off as well.
And I think it's important to know that Upson County was the only county part of that tornado watch that was set, I think, earlier or later at night.
Yeah,
yesterday.
whenever that was.
A couple hours ago. There you go.
Yeah.
But then that tornado watch came in that past hour that included all of central Georgia.
Yeah, Upson kind of straddles 2 tornado watches. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right. They had a little piece of that first one, and then the rest of the county went in the second one. Okay, so let's go to this radar shot and see if we can do any all clear clearing. I love doing those. And the best way I know to do it is to take the lightning off and get an idea from the reflectivity there, but then also with velocity mode. So, right there. So we'll just draw it on this. So pretty much anything that is on the west side of that, the left side of that is clear. As this continues to go out, everything out in front still not cleared yet. So pretty much Forsyth down to almost Roberta, all of Upson County looks to have been clearing out as well. So that's a good sign. Still going to hear some thunder out there and maybe still a little bit of a breeze and some pockets of rain a little bit, but the main thing has already gone through. So in the next hour or so, we should just kind of motor on through the Macon and Warner Robins area and get this on done. Gray, places like that as well, and then send some folks to bed. That'd be fantastic. I can almost hear people just, it'd be great. What was that, Megan?
They're cheering back there.
Oh, yeah, that's the production crew and the producers back there going, yes, back here. Yeah, no, nobody wants to sit up and babysit a radar all night. Not fun. And I'm sure sitting at home, you don't want to do this either. Even with the tie-dye look, I can see the wind right there on our sort of psychedelic looking radar look out there.
Oh my.
Oh my. All right, so let's get into the back to reflectivity again. Let me save this right here though so we can have that and I don't have to toggle so much. All right, we go back to that. Okay, so that severe thunderstorm warning again goes until 3:30, so 28 more minutes on that. And again, just the top point of it here is the only thing that's in our area in Taylor County there. So if it gets extended, then it would probably, you know, kind of follow the line, maybe a little bit of Crawford, Peach on into Macon counties and eventually Houston and places like that. But right now, it doesn't look overall as strong as things once did. Now this part's still showing, again, a pretty good bit of lightning down in there. We're not seeing any sort of spin down in there, which is good. And this up here has some gusty winds, but not enough for the Weather Service. Let me look at something actually on that. To put down a severe thunderstorm warning. I don't see anything. I was going to look to see if there was even a special weather statement on that, but there's not.
I haven't even seen many special weather statements today. It's either been
Severe or not.
severe or, yeah, severe or not.
Right, that's right. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, because it's either been on or off. That's the way it's been going. So it looks like to me the heaviest rain that we're seeing right now is definitely what's going on in Monroe down into Crawford. Pretty good shot of rain there. Flooding was going to be an issue that we thought we would have to maybe deal with, where we could see maybe 3 to 4 inches of rain. I'm not so sure now because it looks like it's moving at a pretty decent clip to get on through. I mean, there's a flash flood warning back here around Columbus, but so far we haven't seen any fire. Now, if this continues, now that it is sort of bunched up together, to keep training over the same area like this, we may end up seeing a green polygon in 1 or 2 of these places in a little bit, just where flash flooding could be a problem. All right, that one down at the bottom, that severe thunderstorm warning is way down there. It's glowing. They must have done a change to that one. So, yeah, you got to like the way this is trending. And again, in the afternoon yesterday, looking at that and going, man, what am I really seeing this in Alabama? There is a level 5 going on, and it was mind-blowing. And a lot of us weather peeps around the state texting each other, are you seeing this? What's going on? I'm a little bit perplexed by this too, but it was a good perplexed, you know. It was like, oh, that's good. We want to see that kind of thing continue to happen. And so it sort of just started a trend that's been continuing. Let's go back to the Macon Skycam. Where are we pointed here, Dave? Did you?
I pointed it more towards the west, so behind St. Joseph's Catholic Church.
Okay.
I think this is the most western point.
No lightning. We're waiting. Live TV. Okay.
Oh, there was a flash, or a reflection of the flash at least.
All right, let's see. I want to find a Skycam. That's fun. We can go around and do some Skycam looking here. So, Perry. Let's see if we can find.
There we go.
Oh, did it get up on the Macon Skycam?
Yep.
Okay. Let's see what's happening in Perry. Some rain on the lens there. And the remaining RVs out there all snuggled in tight, as we have no warning there for right now. Of course, the storm that does have the severe thunderstorm warning is still back off toward the west, so that's still got to come in. Hopefully not as a warned storm. All right, let's go back to the big picture. I haven't seen them take off parts of that tornado watch yet. They said they were going to, and then left us high and dry right there. Doesn't matter, that's way over there. But we get the point, obviously, unless these things throw it in reverse and rip the transmission out of the storm and go back that way, that obviously then this is clear back here. But this tornado watch again goes until 10, but even as our storms continue to come across, whether they start dropping off some of the shapes of this or not, we will do some all clears just so some folks can go ahead and hit the hay and start dropping off the picture here, getting our roll call down. All right, that's the main SATRAD thing. I'm going to go back into the radar, more local radar with a little better resolution on there. And again, fewer and fewer lightning strikes, especially on the northern part here. So that again showing some sign of some weakening up here. This has still got some kick to it right there. So that part has been the main part that just kind of wants to hold together. And again, with that northeastward movement, you know, kind of coming right into the core here. So eventually Crawford, Peach, Bibb, Houston, Macon County, everybody's going to get into this right here. But right now, there's no warning for it. That warning that we do see there, they're going to have to either replace it, I think, or something, because it's going too fast. It's going to outrun the polygon here in a minute. Mm-hmm. It's got 23 minutes left on it, and you can see when I took the lightning off, the main bunch will be coming through there in a little bit. See if that lines up with where the wind is. Yeah, it's almost through there as well, and we're stuck in between radars again here.
Well, this is similar to what we just saw with the severe thunderstorm in Upson County, where it was going into Monroe and Crawford. It's like the main part of the wind is already going to the other county. Like the time is now to extend it.
You're going to issue something. It's interesting to me because that actually looks more like has a bow to it. Mm-hmm. Up here from Monroe, Bibb, and Crawford, almost in the Bibb right here. It seems like this would be something as far as severe thunderstorm warning, but we don't have anything on it. So basically, I'm not drawing a line right here, but anything that's over that way is done. So once you get that main shot to come on through, the leading edge of wind and rain right there, that should do it for your area. All right. I know there's a lot of things flashing around the screen. Sorry about that. Just kind of clicking. Going to different things. All right, I think what we're going to do now is go back to, we're getting in enough that we can do some looking around on the Skycams. And the one we're going to do here is, all right, show up. Here we go. This is going to be the Macon Skycam. And we're going to move it around here a little bit. Oh, saw a little bit of lightning there that you may see behind me there. There we go. All right, so we're just kind of panning around. Yeah, there'll be an occasional lightning strike. Here comes one that's about to come at you right here, because I'm seeing them first. And the rain, oh, this is about to be a good one over town right here. Whoosh. So mainly just lightning and rain coming on through. Boy, that's a fantastic thing, especially after all the days leading up and all the different, SPC outlooks and you know, high risk this and that, and it's been an awful past 2 days for so many people in states to our west, and our heart goes out to them. Last check, over 30 fatalities, I think, with some of these storms. So to see this trying to wind down, and hopefully it stays that way, very thankful for that. All right, so we'll leave that camera there and go back in and check, because that warning, again, that goes until 3:30. It's 3:10. And again, the rain and the, you can see it on reflectivity with the rain, but you can see it with the wind is about to move out of that polygon in just a little bit. But we'll see if anything gets extended on over toward the east. Does anything over here, as I said, like, you know, for Crawford, Macon County, Peach, Houston, Dooley, does this get into another yellow polygon in a second? I don't know. Are they talking about it?
Not seeing anything yet.
I guess that's a good thing then, right?
They
Always
are not.
good.
I think we'll be probably like the last one. Wait till the last minute, and then we'll see what happens.
Yes. Yes, we'll wait and see how it goes once we get up to right around 3:30 there. I haven't done a hail check in a while. There's a little tiny bit in Taylor County down toward Lumpkin there. Just a couple of little pea-sized hail areas right there, but not a big deal with that. While we're here, we'll go ahead and do a velocity check on our tie-dyed radar. I'll go to this one, and that is just as straight as you can get. So that is straight line winds coming across, and again, you can see it's about to bust out of its polygon because it's already through all of this. So then it's like, well, what happens when we come over here? And maybe they're not going to extend it. We'll see. Well, actually, we can go back in time a little bit here. I think the winds may have been a little stronger then than they are now. So I don't know. I'm kind of wondering if they will reissue or, you know, extend that, or just kind of let this one ride.
The colors have definitely been less defined as what it was 30 minutes ago.
I think a lot of this is starting to lose its punch. So that's good. Oop, I'll go back to that actually. All right, so if you're in Bolingbroke, right, 75, 475 split right here, that's where this main part of this wind, not severe, is coming across. So pretty much almost all of Monroe County is in the clear. West Bibb, extreme tip of it there is clear. Roberta, Crawford is clear.
They did do an update to it, but
Yeah, they trimmed off.
Yeah, they
Took some
canceled
off.
in Chattahoochee
Yeah.
and Stewart.
They just left that one last little part right there, but I mean, that's about to come through there as well, so to come out of the box. So all right, so that means that if you're watching anywhere from, I can imagine, like if we were on a stream right now on our Plus app or YouTube or Facebook or one of those things, there'd be a lot of questions about what about this place? What about this place? So we'll just do it as a blanket thing. You know, all of central Georgia still has the potential for some severe weather. It looks as though it is definitely doing what we had hoped it was going to do, and that is weakening down now to more manageable, regular old thunderstorms, hopefully here in a little bit. Definitely does not have the punch that some of this did. Now, again, this part still, with a good bit of lightning, and this has got to come on up. But we'll see if it will kind of feather out, because you can watch this and notice how it's leaving that environment, getting more into ours, and you can see fewer and fewer strikes. And again, the wind has come down a good bit. So hopefully we're going to start to see fewer of the white strikes here as this comes on across as well. And then just kind of a general thunderstorm thing would be fantastic as we go on through the, as I said that, there's a severe thunderstorm warning. So.
spoke too soon.
I did, didn't I? I thought that still looked like a little bit of a sharp edge up there. Well, everybody's got to get involved. Severe thunderstorm warning for, call them out. It looks like parts of Baldwin, Jones, Monroe, Bibb, Crawford, Twiggs, Peach, Houston, Taylor, Macon County. This is kind of an all-skate right here. So
Twiggs County as well.
Yeah, so what they did is they just went ahead and said, yeah, let's just go ahead and include the whole thing. So that part up top looked like it had a little bit of an edge to it as well.
This thing has slowed down 35 miles an hour.
What'd you do to it?
I don't know. I guess we jinxed it. We talked about it too much.
Man, come on.
Yeah, east at 35 miles per hour if you wanted to play it out.
That doesn't sound like fun. Producer Megan's wanting me to list off the counties again.
So the counties officially are Bibb County, the southeastern part of Monroe County, central Houston County, Jones County, Macon County, the western part of Baldwin County, northwestern Twiggs County, Peach County, Crawford County, and the southeastern side of Taylor County.
Were there any counties not in that warning? That's a long severe thunderstorm warning. That one goes out a pretty good ways right there. So it just covers that whole thing that's coming on through. So we may as well get something out of it, right? Let's see. Funny text right there. Okay. Huh? Taylor is, yes, still in the
Southeastern side.
Okay. All right, so let's go take a look at the wind then. If we're going to have a severe thunderstorm warning, we will look and see. I'm assuming it's still being mentioned as 60-mile-per-hour winds.
Yes.
And that is, again, the leading edge right there. So if you're anywhere in the Macon area, potential for 60-mile-per-hour winds about to come in. Same thing as we go into Jones County here. And it stretches all the way down. To me, this was looking like, again, the part that kind of curved the most right here. So not too surprised, I guess, to see that put in there. But if you're in West Macon or 475 area toward north and northwest Bibb, that's already kind of made its way on through. So for the main Macon area, through town, and Gray and all that, still got to come on through. And as we go farther down, it looks like the rest of it down that way is kind of just now getting into the polygon here. This part is already starting to kind of punch on into it a little bit more. But we'll see how long it takes for this to come on across. So what does that warning go till? Noon?
4. 4 a.m.
4, okay. 4 a.m. All righty. So 4 o'clock in the morning for this severe thunderstorm warning. But the good news is there'll be so many all clears we'll get to make here in a little bit with the little marker I'll get to draw on there. And we're just glad to see that it is straight line winds. Again, that can still do some damage, tree limbs and things like that. But we'll take it over the alternative. That's for sure. All right, let's go back up. Then we ought to be getting to where we can kind of see not just lightning, but some of the wind coming in to downtown. Let me see if I can. Okay. All right, Zebulon Road camera. Is that what we're seeing? Is it going to be a G-dot camera? 475. I'm going to face this camera off to the west. All right, so that, not a lot of folks out on the road tonight.
Always a good
Except for
sign.
those dudes. So, yeah, some pretty good rain coming down, and the wind, you can probably kind of see the sheets of rain going across the interstate there. So the main punch of wind probably not there just yet, but close, I guess it would be. Let's see if that's at Zebulon. I don't know, pretty close to it, I would think. Let's see what it's done. Let's see what the wind, I don't know, just looking for different graphics to pop up here, but you can still see the winds out front coming in from the south. It's still nearly 40 miles an hour, and that's not even with the storm actually pushing east.
I think our wind data may be a touch behind.
It does look behind too. It looks like it should all be a wind coming from the west,
Yeah.
punching in.
Well, I saw it earlier, and it had wind gusts of up to 30 miles per hour when the line was moving into Thomaston, and I was like, immediately, that is inaccurate.
Well, so I shouldn't have looked at that then, shouldn't I?
Now,
Okay.
I have been checking the hail core, and thankfully there's no hail cores at all in central Georgia. Actually, no, one just popped up in Taylor County as I was speaking.
But a little one probably.
A little one, a really little one.
Yeah.
Just going to check the size, and it is just over 1/4 of an inch. So not big at all. The other one is just south of Rupert, just south of Butler on Ellaville. It is west of Ellaville and around the same size. If I click to see the specific size, just under ½ an inch as well. So not seeing anything impressive. And the only one in central Georgia is in Taylor County. With that extension of the severe thunderstorm warning into most of the western half of central Georgia, still not seeing anything impressive in terms of hail.
Wow, well, hallelujah. All right, let's go back into the, is it 320? It is 320. Okay, so let's just take a look at the Macon area here. You can see the leading edge of this severe thunderstorm warning, so I've zoomed in a little bit here. Crossing over Bass Road, Bass and Forsyth Road there, Wesleyan College, Lake Wildwood, so coming down. And, you know, obviously we're looking at Zebulon Road there and 475 a minute ago. So this still has to come on across. So again, not as much lightning as we once saw just a little while ago, but enough obviously that it's making a little bit of a racket out there. But the next scan will come in, and even with the speed we have, we should see a pretty good jump on over toward the east. So once that heavy rain comes in and the wind that's associated with it, once that comes through, that's it. So that's good news. You just kind of get that on through. So if you've been sitting around going, man, been dreading these storms for days, and then all day on Saturday, and then you get this to come through in the next, probably going to take about, I don't know, maybe 30 minutes or so to come through in one spot.
It's a slow mover, but.
Yeah, and then after that, that will be it. So from Jones County here, Gray is getting a pretty good shot of rain right now, but that's not the main part that has the potential wind gusts of maybe around 60 miles per hour. This goes on down into Crawford. Again, some pretty good steady rain out there with some of this as well, which we will get to see on the Skycam in just a little bit. And extending on down, so again, Crawford County into Peach, some decent rain in Fort Valley, Taylor County into Macon County. And again, you come down here and the main batch really of lightning for this, let me get this earpiece fixed here, thunderstorm is all down here. So as it continues to go farther toward the east, just right to plan, getting less and less intense from north down toward the south here. Of course, there's a severe thunderstorm warning out there, but at least with the overall picture here, and definitely with the lightning, not seeing as much on the bulk of it until you get down to that southern extent down there. So, all right, waiting on this new scan to come on in here. Again, that's until 4, there it is right there, till 4 a.m.
Just about an inch forward.
It did look like it made it across a sidewalk there, I think is what happened there.
Slow mover.
Yeah, which was the whole thing, even going into today, was that it was looking like this thing's going to take some time to get through here. And then it looked like it had some giddy up for me. I think it may have just been that part. It was, and it may have been with the jet and everything. I mean, just that punch right there. It got it going fast for a little bit.
Well, the low-level jet was positioned on that western tip of the Panhandle, so it was at that place. And it also was at that same place where the storms got a little bit more active, too.
Yeah.
So now we're getting more towards the east.
Now we're getting these lazy storms that are just taking their time rolling on across. And I got to tell you, I mean, it's great sleeping weather, but I'm sure some folks are waiting for it to get through so then they can go to sleep, and that's okay. So the next scan will come in, and I'm thinking it would have made it from your driveway to your neighbor's driveway, hopefully farther than that. But you can see anywhere from, well, around 475 and Bass Road and all that, and this Lake Wildwood area has already got the heavy rain here. Let's see, Wesleyan College, so going up Forsyth Road there. Lake Tobosoffke covered up with some heavy rain. Yes, Megan? Okay. Sheets of rain we're about to see on I-475 around Peak Road. Yeah. In a rest area. So there we go. Yep, that's right out there in North Macon too. So, you know, heading toward North and West Macon. So this is going to be obviously the leading edge of all this because you can see the rain coming down and the wind blowing it. So somewhere in there, the potential for some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. The rain, again, is heavy inside of all that. But again, as we mentioned, as long as we're not seeing things rotating, I think we'll take it. And this is all still straight line winds. So every bit of that, how that kind of bows out like that, is straight line. Now there's still heavy rain coming in, but as far as the wind from this, you can see that it's already starting to cut through, so that kind of clears. There's another scan coming in. So anything that's over in the green, more and more you're going to be, you know, kind of done with this once we get this to come on through this, the heavy rain and the wind. You'll know when they're like, oh, it's still raining and thundering out there, but the wind has backed off a pretty good bit. So, all right, that severe thunderstorm warning again goes all the way down. I'm trying to move it to another radar just to try to catch a better color table right there. And you can see that that is starting to get more and more into Macon County here, Crawford into Peach. Again, straight line winds is what this is. There's no guarantee that it's 60 miles per hour all the way up and down this. As a matter of fact, I'm not sure that it is really. But the potential for a 60 mile per hour gust, not a steady bam, you know, just 60 miles an hour the whole time. And again, as long as it's straight line like that, looking pretty good. All right, so all is well there. And we go back to the radar shot. Okay, so let's zoom in right here, and you can see the lightning that's all out in front. Earlier I had the lightning off of it, but now it gives you an idea of, again, this same storm back 2 hours ago would have had a lot more lightning with it than this. So at least some of that's kind of back down too. Heavy rain though, anywhere from West Bibb into North Bibb, going from Monroe into Jones. Gray, you still haven't gotten, it hasn't gotten to you just yet, but it will here soon. Looks like a new scan has come in for the Macon area, so, whoop.
Now, I think a silver lining for the fact that a lot of these storms have come into the overnight is that once we're getting these downpours, it's going over I-75, I-475, and there's not a lot of people driving outside. So even though the visibility is extremely low, there's not many cars outside, and that means the car accidents are at a minimum. As compared to, say, rush hour, 3 o'clock, then yeah, that would have been a different issue at that time. We've always mentioned the fact that a tornado could occur, and it's harder to receive warnings during this time, but thankfully the tornado chances have decreased, and we're mainly seeing some gusty winds and straight line winds. So that is a positive as of right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's the one main downside of having storms come through the middle of the night, and that is that they come through in the middle of the night. Nobody likes that. But the good side is that also, especially when you're looking at like a diurnal thing where there's heat of the day versus no heat of the day. So sometimes you get into the cooler time overnight into early morning, that can kind of help you out, bring down some of the intensity on that. And then like what David said, there's just not many people out there. So that makes things a lot better. You're not having to worry about school, pick up, drop off, all that stuff and everything. So that helps. All right, so let's see if we can do an all clear here. We haven't done one of those in a little while. I'm going to take the lightning down for a second.
That severe thunderstorm warning that's behind that, in the chat they've said they've expired that. So.
Yeah, I was wondering why that was still hanging around.
Yeah.
Okay, it's just waiting for 3:30 to fall off. That, yeah, that's a good point. If you're looking at that back there, that is toast. It just hasn't fallen off. It's this main one that's out in front here. So let's do, kind of loosely draw an all clear line on here. All right, so if you are to the west of that line, night, it is already, the main brunt of it's already come through. This is leftover rain, maybe some rumbles back here, so that includes Monroe County, obviously, Crawford County, a good half of it there, Taylor County, almost all of Taylor County, and then I think the main wind has already punched through a good chunk of the Bibb County area, but I just kind of left it back there because of some of the heavy rain still going on. But it won't be long, we'll start clearing out a good chunk of the Macon area as well. Okay, how about, are we getting, yeah, we ought to be able to see something. Well, that's boring. Ah, a little lightning strike. Oh, you're about to see a good one here. Right there. Yeah, that's cool. All right, so as we're going to zoom down now, and so we can kind of see on the road, sometimes the road and parking garages and all that stuff kind of give us an idea. Okay, a Baldwin County traffic cam. US 441, where is this? State Route 22 at State Route 29, US 441. So this is, okay, I think I know where we are here. Yep, so that's Baldwin. Yeah, you can see some of the traffic lights kind of getting tossed around a little bit here, but nothing too bad. All right, so traffic moving smoothly at that intersection, so that's good to know. All right, we'll go back to the Macon Skycam here, and we would think that before long we'd start to see the rain kind of coming down heavily out there as the leading edge of that. We ought to hear it on the rooftop here at the station before long too. Let's go to the big radar shot for a second.
And I just want to say, in terms of total lightning strikes over the past 30 minutes, it remains unchanged. We're not seeing a decrease, or we're not even seeing an increase. So that just goes to show that we're not seeing major changes from the system from the past 30 minutes.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, if it's not going to decrease, okay, but as long as it's not increasing, and that does not look like that's going to be the case here, that we're just going to kind of stay with the status quo as it goes on across, unless we start to see things fall off a little bit. But also good news, as we mentioned, nothing in there that is rotating. That's because all this is going on, existing inside of this giant rectangle, which is a tornado watch. So we are in still watch mode for tornadoes. We're just not seeing any of that. And again, if you've been keeping up with us as we've been going through this week, we were talking about that at generally this point, coming across 75, we should start to see weakening anyway. So hopefully that's going to become more and more of the truth as it crosses on, basically gets on the east side of 75. So if you're still watching in our eastern counties, southeastern counties, at the very least, it would probably be something like this, maybe a severe thunderstorm warning or something like that. But even with that, should be less and less intense as it comes on across. Okay, so there's that big picture. They still didn't start cutting back that tornado watch in Alabama. That's bothering me. I need to move away from that so I don't see it. Okay, so that's the big SATRAD. Now we're going to go into the just the local radar here, and let's see for the Macon area. Yeah, coming down pretty heavily out there, right in the old heart of Macon Bibb, and about to cross over into the lovely 1675 split, and eventually come into downtown here in just a second. Yeah, in just minutes. There we are right here. We ought to be able to hear it on the roof here in just a second.
Just as you said that, I hear it.
Do you? Oh, I think I do hear it. Mm-hmm. We just pulled a switcheroo.
We're speaking a couple things into existence.
We just pulled a switcheroo here.
Oh, yeah,
David's
I'm here
over
now.
there. And
we're doing a little switch.
Ansley, hello. Let's say hello to Ansley.
Everybody.
Hello.
I'm here now
Ansley.
at the desk. Giving David a chance to sit down. We're just playing musical chairs this morning.
I think we switched off. So you did the morning show yesterday,
Yes.
and we switched off at 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Oh my
yes,
goodness.
both of us have been here.
Yeah.
All weekend long. So
As we always say, we signed up for it though, didn't we? We knew what we were getting
did.
into. That's right. This is
That
part
we
of the
did.
job.
We would not want to be anywhere else.
That's right.
that is true. So yeah, you'll probably see both of us throughout the morning here. It's my turn.
Well, I do hear it now on the roof.
Yes. Well, I heard it when you said that, but I hear
Yeah.
it now much heavier. You're right.
Yeah, now it's coming down out there. Let's take a look at the Skycam and see if we can see that. It's fun to watch it rain, isn't it? Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's coming down out there. Great. Now, let's see. I'm going to kind of move us around because we're getting the rain. Ooh, you might can hear it through my
cats
microphone.
and dogs out there.
I can hear it in my earpiece through our microphone. Okay, so this is always a pretty cool shot right here, is to go to the medical center parking garage.
Oh, yeah.
You can kind of see the wind and rain blowing across. There's the lightning off in the distance. So this is the severe thunderstorm warning rolling into downtown Macon now. I bet they can hear that at home.
I think so, yeah.
Pretty loud.
Lift that up.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that's going to work. So, all right, that's good. Good to have the front edge of this coming through. That means more and more all clears. We can strike off the board here in a little bit.
I mean, at least radar indicated, from what I can see from our data on the radar here, what I'm picking up on in terms of rainfall totals at the moment is pretty significant. We could have seen, it shows right here when I'm clicking on values,
wow.
close to maybe over 4 inches in Crawford County. I think sometimes this can be a little bit of an exaggeration, but this is what we're seeing right now data-wise. It says there could be anywhere between 2 to 4 inches, at least in our western counties. So, I mean, what I'm hearing right now does give me an indication we're probably tacking on some pretty impressive rainfall totals. Yeah, so I'd believe it, but that's kind of the data points that I'm able to pick on from our radar at the moment. So this would have been over the past 24 hours, so it could include if there was a couple of stray showers that rolled across yesterday.
All this tonight, yeah.
But it could be all this as well. So,
well, I mean, in that area that you're pointing to right there is where it's been training.
Yeah,
over those same spots
true.
going northeast like that.
That's
so,
right.
Yeah, it is coming down in buckets out there right now. So, okay.
Another camera.
Hit me with it. GDOT camera, Poplar Street. I didn't even know there were cameras there. That's cool. The cherry blossoms are already painted on the road there. So that's at Poplar, looking downtown more, looking down south. So that's going to be First Street at Poplar. Man, I didn't know we had that. We could have used that during the Christmas lights right there. We can't move it though, because it's not ours, right? So I pulled that trick one time years ago. I started talking about a DOT camera and magically it started to move. It did. It was wild. Somebody was listening and then they moved.
Well, I figured.
Yeah. So here's the look over the parking garage at the medical center here, where the rain continues to come down in buckets again, but that means it's the leading edge of everything. And we kind of pan over a little bit away from the parking garage as that's a good sight to see. That means that, you know what else is good? That's a free car wash going out there because the pollen has been coming down. Yeah, so that's a free one for you right there. Yeah, that's coming down on the old roof. Engineer Roy, how we doing? Everything good? We got folks all over the place here. It's commitment, straight from the heart. That's what it is. Thank you, Roy. Man, that's awesome. Yeah, I gotta admit, all these things are coming in, and you look at it, and you're like, there's this and that, and this could be a problem. But there's still something so soothing about a thunderstorm if it's not severe. This one's severe, but it's not the worst severe storm, if that makes sense. So.
Well, comparing to what we saw earlier today in the areas in the level 5 out of 5, I'll take this any day of the week.
Yes, right, yeah. I think there's probably a little more punch with this part from making up to gray right there too. You can see it kind of bow a little bit here, but again, this is tolerable. This is doable. This is a kind of severe thunderstorm. You're like, all right, let's just get this on through and be done with it. Again, you may have some tree limbs or something like that that are come down, something loose, or some patio furniture or something like that maybe moved around a little bit, but this is not, it's not what this could have been. Coming off hot off of a level 4 into a level 3. We will take this for sure.
That may be worth talking about just a little bit. What I was kind of doing
why don't you do that for 20 or 30 minutes?
In the background here was I was looking at, okay, what happened? Why exactly was this expected to be a little bit stronger than it's actually rolled through? So I've been looking at a couple of the different factors. You heard David talk about just a few minutes ago, that low-level jet. I think that's going to be one of the things that maybe would have added a lot more fuel to our area, specifically in the form of adding some of that spin to our area. So what we're seeing right now is mainly straight line winds, which it's still an impact nonetheless. It's still capable of taking down some tree branches, maybe some power lines as well. but it's definitely not spin that we would have for tornadoes. So we may be lacking some of that. And also, I do think what kind of happened to it out west was some of the showers and storms that happened ahead of this line before it kind of came through may have also kind of choked out the fuel that this needed to continue its strength as it pushed closer to our area. So a couple different factors could be at play. Like we said, we are never complaining when things are a little bit better than we're expecting them to be. But if you're kind of wondering, okay, I thought, I really did think this was going to be a little bit stronger, that could be some of the influence at play. A little bit of rain may have kind of just lessened the fuel in the area. And then I do think we're lacking some of the influence from that low level jet, which would have pushed what I'm just going to call spin back into our area. So those are kind of the two things that I'm paying attention to or picked up on that I think could have caused some weakening. But otherwise, maybe some of the more details will come into the picture as we kind of watch this thing roll towards the east.
I concur with your analysis. I think that's fantastic, actually. It makes a lot of sense to me, and I'm sure there are a lot of people, especially in Alabama, that are thankful that it went the way it did, because that could have been, seeing that level 5 on there and then that level 4, that's crazy. It's a funny text you get in the middle of the night. Okay. So the main wind shot has come through, so this is going to strike a lot of people off the map here. We're going to, the rain is still coming down heavily, obviously, but something like that. Night-night. Enjoy the remaining rumbles and a little bit of rain out there, but that's a good chunk of the Macon-Bibb area that is out of the equation. Again, still maybe raining cats and dogs out there, but that leading edge that would have prompted the severe thunderstorm warning with that wind would have been the problem. And again, this warning goes until 4. The next stop on the train would be, do they then draw another yellow box that goes for more of Baldwin on into Wilkinson and Twiggs on down as that front edge of wind is coming on across? We'll have to see. Again, the good news is that this is all straight line wind still. We're not seeing anything rotating out there, so that's fantastic. I'm going to go back to some Skycam moving around here. Ooh. Putting on a pretty good light show out there. Again, we have far fewer lightning strikes than what it was back in Alabama and getting closer here, but still enough to get a little show out of it. Tilt the camera up just a touch so we can get more of the sky in there. And move it just a little bit there, moving it to the left. Okay, so Lee will go down and check on, well, where is it in the radar though? Who has the biggest rain and wind? Let's see. And then we'll move the camera accordingly, whichever one we want to go to. And it looks like it is going to pop up here now. The Warner Robins camera, not quite enough in there yet to show, but we may be able to see at least some of the lightning off to the side, and Perry still not there yet, but you can see again, this is the leading edge right here of the severe thunderstorm warning right there, as it is still just pouring on the roof here.
Something kind of interesting is how this storm has picked up quick and then slowed down at times. And that kind of is reflected by what I'm showing behind me here. There's going to be times when this thing slows down and sits over the same area for a long amount of time. Those are the areas that are going to have the really impressive rainfall totals. So you can see this when it was way out to the west. I just think this pattern is so interesting. It's had moments of this where it's probably trained over the same areas and then also maybe just kind of stalled out and slowed down over the same areas. So up to 8, maybe even 9 inches of rain over in northern Mississippi and Alabama, and then had moments where it was lighter, maybe it moved a little bit quicker, maybe it didn't quite train over the same area as many times, and then had areas where it's doing what it's doing right now, kind of just slowing down, because we saw earlier when this was out to our west, it was moving at 60 miles per hour, And then as it rolled into the Bibb County area, slowed down to 35 miles per hour. So I think we're kind of going to have a little bit of this striped pattern as it continues scrolling across our area as well. Some areas probably going to see some pretty impressive totals, where some areas maybe not quite as much. I think Macon is going to be one of those areas that has a probably more impressive rainfall total from what we're hearing right now.
That's a pretty fascinating map right there.
It's pretty cool.
And am I just imagining it, or does it seem like it is going faster again? Or maybe it's just because it's in a line and you can kind of you can see it now more, making progress.
It very well could be, though. It's really not been a consistent speed all morning.
Yeah, I'll take the extra movement. Again, let's get it on through here. That'll be fantastic. So again, not far from the Warner Robins and Perry Skycams being able to show some of that heavy rain and wind. The rain's starting to back off on our roof here now. So that main leading edge just, well, and you can see it with us right here. We had all the purple coming across here, and so now it's starting to kind of just lighten up a little bit out there. Dry Branch, anywhere into Twiggs County, you'll have some of this in a little bit. Again, it's not that bad. A little gusty, obviously, and some heavy rain, but you can do this.
Once again, it's going to be interesting to see if they extend it. I mean, when we saw that severe thunderstorm warning in Taylor County, that was the thing. I mean, it was a little bit overdue, and then they extended it for a lot of the portions here in Central Georgia for Macon and Houston County. So that's going to be, once again, the question.
Yeah, did they go ahead and fire it off? Let's see. We still have 14 minutes left on this one. So, of course, the last one expired, didn't it? And then we had sat with nothing for a minute, and then the next one came out. So
playing a touch-and-go game with NWS.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to maybe see them just drag this out another course at least. But again, it looks like from everything I can tell, a vast majority of Macon Bibb County is in the clear now. Let me put this on just now where it's not moving around. So again, leading edge here with the gustiest winds, which weren't terrible when they were coming through, and then everything that way is all done. So enjoy a nice slumbering rumble of thunder and some rain to head on off to sleep there, which is better because some of the models, again, I don't know, when I originally looked at it, it looked like it was around this time that it would be clearing the Macon area, and then it started doing this 5, 6 o'clock thing, which didn't make sense. So this is moving through a little bit better. Having said that, we only have 73 more counties to go, and then it will be out of here. So, at least it'll be crossing over 75 in a little bit. If your travels happen to take you to the 1675 split anytime soon, that's going to be a little bit, where is it, slow going right through there. Well, actually, most of that rain just kind of rolled through, but up and down Gray Highway, the heaviest rain has already come through there now, and through Gray. Milledgeville, not there yet. It'll be there in a little bit. Still hearing some rain out there. Still steady at times. It's not quite as heavy as the initial brunt, but definitely coming down. Fort Valley in the heavy rain right now. Marshallville, Montezuma, the same thing. And again, that's the main leading edge, so just marching right along. Warner Robins, Centerville, Perry, places like that, and a little bit. Byron's in the heavy rain already. And the next scan will probably show some pretty decent movement toward the east here. Let's see, 4 a.m.
Well, we're kind of waiting on maybe an update from the National Weather Service.
Yes.
Like Ben was alluding to earlier, we've been talking about this for a few days now, so you're probably pretty aware of it. Maybe you've had some anxiety about what this was going to be like. You've been watching it for a while. Maybe you're with me this morning when we kind of start to see showers and storms firing up over towards the west. So let's just play it out from the very beginning of when this thing started to fire up, some showers and storms. And I may have our production team take this full screen so that you can kind of see what I'm saying as I'm talking about it here. So it started really early this morning is when we started to see the line actually come together. So I'm gonna start playing this out for you. And there was some pretty impactful severe, or not severe, but some thunderstorms ahead of where this line was forming as well. So that's what you're seeing on the Mississippi-Alabama border there. But you'll start to see where the cold front actually spurs up the line that we're sitting under now over northern Louisiana, southern Arkansas, and western Mississippi. That's where the actual line began to form, and it rolled through Mississippi with a punch. So it really came through this area very, very strong. We saw several tornado warnings, even confirmed tornadoes while they were being warned. So the news stations in those areas were able to get reports that the tornadoes were actually on the ground. So very, very, very impactful as it was over Mississippi. And if you were with me this morning on the live streams or maybe in the show, I was talking about how they were kind of in a level 4 for that border of Mississippi into Arkansas and Louisiana. And I was saying, okay, we need to pay attention to this because they are in a level 4 kind of into a level 3. We're in a level 3 here in central Georgia, so it could be something similar to what we see as it comes towards us. The difference was the line was strengthening as it headed into Mississippi and into Alabama. We're on the flip side of that, right? So it's weakening as it heads towards us. So we've actually gotten really lucky being on the other side of that because, yeah, you can see it just kept gaining strength as it headed into Mississippi and then heading into Alabama. Lightning starting to fire up. And I will say it was a little bit maybe less, it kind of had a moment there where it was a lot of rain, maybe just a couple thunderstorms, less tornado warnings, at least in the northern part of Alabama there. But then it kind of picked up speed once again in terms of its strength as it approached the Alabama-Georgia border here. So an interesting storm as it's progressed across the area. Again, David made a great point earlier talking about the low-level jet. I really think that's a big reason that we've seen some weakening as it's headed into our area. And you can also see just how much it's clustered together. And let me actually see if I can flip the lightning off there. How much it's clustered together instead of being those individual cells, which has ended up being really good news for us because it's really dropped the spin that we have in the air, and we've really just been dealing with straight line winds for most of the morning here. So that's just kind of a big picture of what it did throughout the day today. Again, a very impactful storm, especially out towards our west, but we've been talking about it a whole lot. So that's kind of a big picture for you of what it's been doing all morning long.
Turn the lightning back on and go forward again. I want to show, because it may be confusing to some people on Ansley's map here. Let's take that one, max 1 full. Right? I want to show you that it looks like there's no lightning with those storms in Mississippi, but the lightning data that we get is in a circle.
Gotcha.
It's a diameter. So you can see it, you can actually kind of make it out. There's a diameter of lightning that we have
I'll try to point it
from
out.
the service. Yeah, you can almost draw around there. So there's always lightning back there, but it really doesn't start to pick up until it gets within our realm of data.
That's a great point. Yeah, definitely we had lightning within the storms earlier.
I get people a lot of times that it's confusing. It's like, man, it really didn't start taking off with the lightning till then. But I mean, it's going nuts back there in Mississippi. We're just not getting all the full data. You can see the circle right there.
Yeah, right
as
there.
we're coming into it. So if you ever are watching our storm coverage or like any of this you see back there, probably has a ton of lightning with it too. We're just not, it's not within our cone of that just yet.
Yeah, that's a great point.
But that's fascinating to watch, to see how that has changed.
Yeah, it really
I mean,
interesting.
Mississippi, my goodness,
I know.
that was awful. Just watching that, and they were long track, and we could see them on the radar, and there were no doubters.
Yeah.
And he was like, oh, just hate that that's on the ground.
Yeah, there were some pretty strong tornadoes over there.
Let's see. Yep. Okay.
Sure thing.
Producer Megan is saying we have some storm video from Alabama,
Oh,
Pickens
wow.
County.
Yeah.
Alabama, even with that lull they got in the afternoon, they still had a ton of warnings and some damage. And I think more and more as we go through this week, we'll see more and more
Oh, wow.
pictures and videos from all across the South.
I know sometimes too we get questions about how we know it was a tornado versus just wind damage. The way that the debris is laid out is kind of how the National Weather Service makes decisions on that.
So there has, sorry, Ansley,
No, you're fine.
there has just been a new severe thunderstorm warning, an extension.
Oh,
I'm sorry,
there it
I'm
is.
so sorry.
David's here with the bad news.
Into-
Wow, that thing is a
There you go,
long
there's the
warning,
beep.
too.
Putnam County, Baldwin, Washington County, Pulaski, the rest of Houston, Wilkinson, Twiggs, Bleckley, Dooley, and Hancock. Now, once again, they think it's winds of up to 60 miles per hour, and this is until 4:45 in the morning. So
How
that
quick is
a
this one moving, David?
long ways away. In terms of the speed, let us see.
Please
It is
tell
moving
me.
east at 40 miles per hour, slowing
Jumped it
down.
up a touch.
Well, 40 miles an hour. Alrighty. So that's all
That's
right.
5 miles an hour faster than our last one.
Oh, producer Megan wants you to repeat
David.
that.
All
Run it
right, so
back.
here's the counties once again. Wilkinson County, Baldwin County, northwestern portion of Pulaski County, Twiggs County, the southeastern portion of Putnam County, Hancock County, Dooley County, northwestern side of Bleckley County, and the northwestern part of Washington County, and then the rest of Houston County.
That is a long, severe thunderstorm warning. Of course, the other one, probably about the same as that one. It's just moved up a little bit farther toward the north. So, yeah. Again, thankful that it is what it is. I mean, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible in there, not for everybody, but a good chunk of that line at any given time. But at least it is better than multiple tornadoes on the ground. I think a lot of people would agree.
Oh,
and then there's
and
a tornado
spoke
warning.
Too soon, yeah.
Hancock County, a tornado warning. Baldwin, Hancock, no, just the north. So Lake Sinclair. Let me look at that. I didn't see that.
Man, this velocity is not.
It's one of these I can't find it. I don't know. I have questions about that one.
Yeah.
And this happens sometimes where we'll see a warning and it's just really hard to pick up. To me, this looks like straight line winds, but a tornado warning has been issued for this curve, which is more of a bow, for Lake Sinclair there. So this is going to be heading from the Putnam Baldwin side of Lake Sinclair, crossing over into the Hancock side, probably north of Sparta here. So technically a tornado warning, yes. Do we see it on the velocity map? No, we do not. So I'm assuming somebody there in Peachtree City is seeing something we don't see. But
I will say, Ben, I can see it a little better on radar scope if you want to check your phone.
Okay.
It's I would pinpoint it south of the Crooked Creek area, from what I can see on my phone here.
yeah,
There's a little bit of a kink there.
Just a touch.
it is still pouring here.
Yeah.
That's a lot of heavy rain out there. So, technically, their tornado warning until 4:30 for, again, Baldwin, Hancock, Putnam, and there's a new scan. That does not look like a couplet for a tornado warning. Nevertheless, there is a tornado warning, so treat it as though it is. At the very least, some straight line winds. There could be some rotation there if you're in the Lake Sinclair area. Okay. Baldwin County GDOT camera coming our way. Oh, wow.
Oh, dang.
Yeah, those traffic lights are really being kicked around there.
At the very least, it may be some wind that might be kicking up some debris. That may be why they've gone with that.
Oh, was there a debris signature on there?
It's unclear. I think we're at a little bit of a difficult.
We're also in a bad spot for the radar.
Yeah, it's a bit unclear, but because there's at least a little bit of noise.
Yeah,
there's a
that might be
chance.
getting noise on that. That's some pretty impressive wind there. That's Baldwin County there. It's State Route 22, it's State Route 29, US 441 bypass there. So there's a green light, there's some of the red lights there. Kind of a wild angle there because you could see down the wire that was holding all that there. So, all right. So technically there is a tornado warning on the board and a long severe thunderstorm warning. We'll investigate this tornado warning. Again, it's hard to see what that is. So wait a minute. There's 441.
I think that's the tornado watch being canceled for Jasper, Monroe, Crawford, Butts.
That's what that beep was, the ding?
Yes.
All right, let's see here. Yeah, they're just not doing it on the box here. It must be maybe in the, yeah, the watch counties. Okay, so what we're going to do here is we're going to take the lightning off. We're going to stop the radar there. And actually, you're going to turn that off. All right, so then you can kind of see where the tornado watch, that definitely gives you an idea of all clear there. So yeah, Jasper, Monroe, Crawford, Taylor, Upson counties, all out of the tornado watch. So won't be much longer that we'll start to see Putnam, Jones, Bibb get dropped out of that as well in just a little bit. So again, the one tornado warning that again is very hard to find when we look in there looking for the rotation on the velocity map, but technically it is a tornado warning.
I think I've got a kind of an idea between piecing together what I can see on my phone and reflectivity. I'm going to point it out as this area just above Lake Sinclair. Again, it's broad.
All right, let's go to Ansley's.
Yeah, there we
shot
go.
there.
All right, this area that I'm outlining right here, just above Lake Sinclair, from what I'm able to piece together, what I can see on my phone, and also what we can see on the reflectivity, but on that latest scan, it's falling apart even more than that. So I would say it's not impressive, but if I had to kind of pinpoint an area that I think may have flagged the National Weather Service's attention, it would be this spot kind of just north of Lake Sinclair here, east of 441. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ben, but that's
No, I
kind of
think
the
that's
spot
probably
that I'm
right.
thinking.
Well, we saw a kink in the reflectivity.
But on the latest scan, it seems to be gone.
Yeah, and I was trying to look sometimes.
It was very minor. It wasn't as defined, but it was still something.
Yeah, all right. So we'll say then where Ansley was saying then, around maybe north of Lake Sinclair. I do see a little bit here on mine too, a little bit of red and green there. That's on storm relative. Let's see. And you can see a little bit on the base velocity. There's a little bit of a dimple right there. So it's not much as far as being able to find it, but I guess that's what they're seeing.
And in the last few scans, I've even lost it a little bit more than that. So maybe something that showed rotation for just a second there on one of the scans, and maybe we weren't even able to see it right when they issued it. But yeah, just kind of north of Lake Sinclair, pushing this direction. This was the area. Now this is a few scans forward, but this was kind of the area that I was watching. Right now, I'm having trouble kind of finding it again, but that's what I was flagging.
Well, that'd be interesting to see if that actually goes to 4:30. They've had a couple of these. They were in North Georgia earlier, where they issued that, and then it lost its signature quickly enough that they pulled it down.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of seeing it here over on my map. I'm trying to watch back to see when they issued it, and sometimes when they're hard to find, going back a few frames over here on Max 2.
Yeah, we'll take it back to Ben.
As you can kind of see, as I go back and forth, a little bit of red and green there heading into that polygon. You know, kind of going through this area here.
Yeah.
Definitely, I mean, not one I would have picked out as saying, oh, that would be a tornado warning, but they may be seeing something in a different way.
I see kind of right, I see exactly what you're saying. Right at the beginning of where they issued this box, I see that little area right there. David, you see?
I see it too. But I think it was more defined in the reflectivity.
Yeah.
Out of all things, that kink.
I see.
But it was very minor though. It wasn't the most defined thing, but it was still something.
Yeah,
And
right
I
here.
think that's why the NWS pulled the trigger.
Right
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, right there. Notice there's like, I don't even want to say a hook because typically with tornadoes we always say hook and echo. This is not a hook and echo, but you can see some of the heaviest parts of the radar is starting to kink in. I think that's a better way to describe it.
Yep. Well, okay. So technically a tornado warning till 4:30 for Hancock County, pulling away from Lake Sinclair now. All right, so we're going to go back to the radar shot. And what I'm going to do is take the lightning off back over here on Max 2. Back over here, there we go. And what we're seeing here is probably some fairly strong wind too going on in Baldwin County. Just looking at that leading edge right there going through the Milledgeville area. I'm sure that the rain's pouring there just like it was here just a little bit ago. And the wind could be as high as maybe 60 miles per hour there is coming through as this severe thunderstorm warning. But again, just that top part has showed a little bit of a spin in there enough that the Weather Service did pull the handle there on a tornado warning. All right, so let's go farther down the line. And we're seeing mainly just that straight edge cutting into, ooh, I bet our cameras would be good now. Warner Robins and Perry. I forgot to go look at those. I didn't forget, we were looking at the tornado warning. So there's the Macon Skycam. This will take us to Warner Robins, and you can see it really coming down out there.
Ben, I was able to get a little bit of a better picture of it on the Atlanta, the FFC radar. I kind of can see now what they were talking about from that radar.
Okay.
We can take it over, I'll show you what I'm talking about. So maybe if we can take the font down. Unfortunately, I can't move this up any higher in the screen or I'm gonna lose the radar. Thank you. Right where you see that really brief area of green, I think that's what they were flagging. Still not super impressive, so not something that like what we were watching earlier today out in Mississippi.
And they're just stuck out in between radars out there too.
So there was definitely something, I can see what they were talking about. We've definitely lost it now at this point. I think they'll be able to drop it, but that's what they were talking about. Again, just north of Lake St. Clair. Hopefully that kind of gives a better picture. Just trying to provide a little more context to that tornado warning.
Well, that does help. All right, let's go back to Max 2 because the Perry Skycam is lighting up out there. Let's see, moving it around out there. We've been getting lots of lightning strikes, and you can definitely see the rain is very heavy coming down. Really testing out the old RVs out there. And you see the wind is pushing that rain toward the east this way. Yeah, a lot of lightning with that. I'm going to spin all the way around, see if we can find the flags at the west ticket gate there. Yep, coming down, that's for sure. All right, so let's go back in now and check on the old radar here. All right, severe thunderstorm warning. That long one goes from Putnam, Hancock County up there at the top, down through Baldwin, through Wilkinson, Twiggs, Houston, and Dooley. Those are the main places that it's in right now. And as I stop it there, you can see a very well-defined edge. So that's going to be a little bit of thunder here with us. That's your beginning leading edge of that wind right there. And same thing up here.
A little bit of an area of hail in western Houston County also. Not impressive by any means, but something very small.
Oh,
north of Perry. Less than half an inch in diameter, but maybe a little bit of hail just along that line in Perry.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, right there. Coming over 75. Yep, still some pretty strong wind out there going through that severe thunderstorm warning polygon, especially up here where you can really kind of see it bow on the map like that, where the wind is really punching through. Okay. Well, so as long as we keep checking the velocity and everything looks good with that.
All right.
What you got, dude?
The National Weather Service
it's gone.
officially canceled the tornado warning.
I was wondering about that. That's good on them, because when you see it, you see it, and when you don't see it, take it down. So good for them pulling it down. So there's no tornado warning anymore. That was a brief look that did show something for a little bit. The more we kept looking in there, we saw a little bit. It was never overly impressive, but enough that they wanted to be on the safe side and issued that tornado warning. But that's gone. So what we're left with, again, is this severe thunderstorm warning that is until 4:45. That's right, 4:45 a.m.
Yep.
I just have to remind myself. We do a lot of these overnight things, I feel like.
On Sunday mornings.
And Sunday morning,
nonetheless.
it's with everything. The hurricanes, I mean, I can't remember a last one when one of these was in the day, which is, I mean, sometimes it can be worse during the day, but yeah, it seems to be our bag. All right, so as we roll on down to the southern extent of this warning, I don't see as well defined an edge as far as the wind is concerned. I'll take the lightning away. And we are seeing a little bit more rain just kind of develop out ahead of this as well. But I'm sure there's still some gusty wind right along this. We will go back to the Perry Skycam here as it comes up for you. We can.
Yeah, we can.
David's going to read those out.
All right, so once again, the severe warning counties are Wilkinson County, Baldwin County, northwestern portion of Pulaski County, Twiggs County, southeastern Putnam County, Hancock County, Dooley County, northwestern side of Bleckley County, and the northwestern side of Washington County and the rest of Houston County.
Well done. You know what? You can see the wind here. If you look at that floodlight on the end of the roof here,
Oh yeah.
really blowing that rain. You can see it on the water back there in the back right. Looks like the like the corn dog stand or whatever that is doing all right.
I was just about to say that. Holding on.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, a lot of lightning and rain coming down with that. Again, that's all right there with that severe thunderstorm warning as it continues to come through. Yeah, watch this when I zoom in right here.
Truly a goalie washer.
Yeah, pretty good wind going with that as well. So, if you've always wanted to see the backside of that floodlight on the west gate, up close, and that guy's truck, there you go. We made it happen all at one time, and a corn dog stand. So, smooth sailing is again, as long as these are severe thunderstorm warnings that are around 60 miles per hour. They have had at times with this system over the past couple of days 60 to 80 mile per hour severe thunderstorm warnings, and that's a different thing. You don't want that. But a garden variety severe thunderstorm warning, which is mainly what these are, sure does beat a handful of tornado warnings everywhere.
Something interesting, or at least it's interesting to me.
More interesting than that light?
Well, we can hang out on the light for
No,
a
I'm
minute.
kidding. Go ahead.
We talked a little bit about the motion or how quickly these storms were moving, right? So when this was in the kind of northwestern part of Bibb County. So right here where you're seeing higher values of rainfall, this is when it was moving a little bit slower. And then when they issued the new severe thunderstorm warning, it was picking up about 5 miles per hour. Take a look at what a difference that made in the rainfall totals.
It's crazy.
Isn't that so interesting? So let's see what the totals are. So close to 3 inches when it was moving a little bit slower, and then when it picked up just a bit more on the southern end of Bibb County, almost an inch or an inch and a half less than that. So the motion of these storms seems to be making kind of a big impact on how much rain you could see at a given time. We've seen these kind of slow down and then pick back up from time to time. When I zoomed out, and I can do it one more time to show you that this has kind of been a pattern with this line all day long. So I think we can kind of keep getting this little striped appearance depending on the motion of the storms. It'll kind of be like a fun game. The next time they issue a severe thunderstorm warning, we'll see how quickly it's moving, and that might give you an indication of how high the rainfall totals will be in your specific area. So
That is fascinating.
yes, fun maybe at least for meteorologists.
There's a lot of it that was up there in northern Mississippi, Alabama, and Tennessee too. Those are some big totals.
Yeah,
That
I
looks
think
like
we were looking
easily
at-
over 6 to 8 inches.
It's
maybe?
probably a little more if I could even get a little closer than that value there.
I think there were some gray shades up there, right? They
Yeah,
might
let
put
me
8,
zoom
9.
in. I'll get a little closer and see. Yeah, seeing dark purples, maybe even grays.
And that was where they were doing some of that training over and over in the same places too. That was
Yeah.
a big cluster up there.
Over
yeah,
9
over 9
inches,
yeah,
at least in that area.
in a fairly short amount of time.
Mm-hmm.
I can't get over my floodlight.
Let's go back to it.
It's amazing. It's riveting.
Gully washer.
David said it was a gully washer.
I mean, it truly is.
Yeah, it is. I guess I'm the only one that's looking at my light over here. But anyway, there it is. It's still coming down out there at the fairgrounds in Perry. But everybody's doing fine. Every once in a while I've been checking on our friends in the RVs over here, and not as many as were parked over there the other day. I think some folks may have hightailed it out of there, but you can see the rain is really coming down. All right, so let's go back to the, I don't know, I kind of don't even want to leave this shot. It's amazing to watch it come down like that. We can go to the radar. That's riveting. Again, the severe thunderstorm warning with a slew of counties until 4:45.
Oh.
It looks
me
like they've
take
been
that
trimming
box
some
off there.
back. What'd you see?
Oh, my radar got thrown up there, and I had the old SPC Outlook. I didn't want to confuse anybody.
Oh, we're looking at your radar now. Aren't we?
Yeah, I threw it off of there.
So, yeah, let's go over to max 2. Are we over on max 2?
There we
There we
go.
go. The rain heavily coming down. I do want to check just to see, because there was that little hail core you found a minute ago. There's a little bit more of it.
Oh, yeah.
So Twiggs and Houston County here. Some of what we saw at the amazing floodlight thing may have been some of that coming down a minute ago. Bon Air is seeing some little bit of small hail. It's not big, but small. Twiggs County, same thing. And that's pretty much it. There's one little spot in Wilkinson, northeast of Gordon, but hail's not been a big thing. But
It hasn't, and we talked earlier about the lack of special weather statements. Well, we just received one for Chris County and Dooley County. It's very interesting.
okay, so that just means
It's
it's not bad enough to be severe, but
Yeah.
they wanted to mention it.
Just one threshold under a severe thunderstorm warning.
Not to be confused with the fact that Dooley County is in a severe thunderstorm warning, right?
Yeah, that's true.
That is true.
Yeah, so it must be that little southern part
Yeah, I
of
guess.
Dooley.
Southeastern portion of Dooley County.
There we go.
Let's see.
So it can't be shown on max. It could be
I see
shown
it.
on our phones.
Yeah, I see it. It's just that it's basically if you're down here, what they did is kind of. I didn't draw that even close to the right, but anyway, that's similar to what they did for the special weather statement. Just means it's not severe, but you may have some gusty winds down that way. So I don't think they wanted Cordial to feel left out. So that's what that was. And again, looking more and more along the line, continuing to see straight line occasionally a little kinks here and there, but nothing that's doing anything crazy. So straight line winds, severe thunderstorm warning seems the right way to go with this. That part that was with the very short-lived tornado warning coming out of Lake Sinclair that got canceled, that's definitely not showing anything rotating there anymore. So the next stops for all this in a little bit will be the rest of Washington County, Johnson County, Lawrence, Bleckley, Dodge, Pulaski, Wilcox, and then eventually Telfair, Wheeler, and Trutland. Okay, producer Megan has some power outages to report. Less than 20,000 out in Houston County. It looks like Macon County about 6,500. Crawford here nearly 8,500. And you can see some, Talbot County, some of these bigger ones, bigger power outages. Yeah, what was that one? Lamar, over 11,000? Yeah, so there are some power outages in some spots. It looks like it's affected more people when some of those bigger storms were coming in, crossing the state line. So that's good. I mean, it's not a ton of power outages, but a little bit, and I'm sure they're working hard to get that back going. All right, so let's take the lightning off. And what we're going to do here is some all clears. Haven't done that in a minute. Let's see if I can find the marker there. So, like that. So anything to the west of that line, all clear, night-night, and good morning. Just some rain and rumble still left behind, and even still here at the station, that last little bit of red that's hanging out over the A in Macon is still pouring on our roof here, but it's not severe. So we've made it halfway through our area, almost.
I'd say so.
Yeah, because really,
We haven't gotten into Lawrence County
it's really
yet,
the
though.
leading edge. If that's, you almost could kind of do that. So.
The initialization's a bit better now on the models. Maybe we get a slightly better idea.
You want to show it?
the
All right, so we've got Ansley
I'll
is
stick
over
my
there.
neck out there. We'll see if
Gonna
this
go for the graph model.
timing. I'm gonna go with the graph just because it does seem to be picking up a little bit better about what's going on right now. So that's what we call initializing. Is the model picking up on what's happening?
Kind of picking up on the
radar.
initial situation, right?
Yes,
Is
well,
what's happening
initializing, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of got an intuitive name. Yeah, so it does look like it maybe has a better idea of timing, maybe kind of 6 a.m. starting to enter the Lawrence County area, maybe a little sooner than that. I mean, it's 4:20 right now, so it could be a little bit earlier than that, and then heading into our southeastern counties by hopefully a little earlier than 7 a.m. I could see earlier, closer to maybe 6 a.m. And then my hope is that we just kick this thing out of here by maybe
Ooh,
8.
earlier than that,
9.
please.
Yes, earlier than 10 for sure. I do think it will be earlier than 10.
I would hope 8
8 to
maybe?
9, that's what I would say.
Yeah. To clear our southeastern counties.
If I had to make a prediction, which I suppose is
That's what
my
our job is, right? To make a prediction, yes. I know, it's been kind of tough making predictions on this because it's been, looking really rough, and then like, oh, this is not so bad, and then kind of flares up a little bit again. But overall, I still would say this is one that an option we would have chosen here if we could have, over the alternative. All right. So the rain finally has stopped here a little bit at the station, maybe still sprinkling, because I'm sure you're concerned and wondering about our roof. But just to note that it has been pouring here for a long time, and finally it's gotten quiet in here. Twiggs County, Wilkinson, Baldwin into Hancock. Still that leading edge of wind right along. There's a new scan coming in right along through there. Once that main bulk comes through, again, you just start to get more and more into the lighter rain. But again, a lot of folks have been able to go to sleep now, which is good news. I would include Warner Robins in that. Perry. Still some heavy rain right there. The initial blast of the wind has come through. And we can try that. Yes, producer Megan asking for the Warner Robins Skycam. Oh, the Perry Skycam has really improved. Let's go to Warner Robins. Yeah, where we are out there, though, there's not a whole lot at night that's lit up, unless Freedom Field, somebody wants to run over there and turn those lights on real fast. Kidding. Maybe somebody has the app on their phone that turns on the lights at Freedom Field. Let's see. As we zoom in to those lights out there, looking in the direction of the field. Looks like kind of a breezy rain, but then again, most of the bulk has already come through there. Let some lightning flashes. All right. I just have to check in on.
I was about to ask, are we going to do a light check?
Yeah. Got to check on the old floodlight. There it is. Oh, maybe I should play the Perry Skycam. I'm seeing it, but you're not seeing it. But here it is. Not as exciting as it was earlier.
Calmer.
Glad the corn dog stand is still there.
Yeah, corn dog stands holding on, holding tight. All right, let's, what do we want to see now? How about the big picture, the big radar? Yeah, the one with the tornado watch box on it. You know which one I'm talking about. That would be this one right here. The severe thunderstorm warning continues for, again, a slew of counties as we're seeing them in this kind of arced shape right there. Numerous counties. David, you have them right off?
Yes. Let me say the counties once again.
Yeah, I guess.
So the counties, once again, under a severe thunderstorm warning is Wilkinson County, Baldwin County, northwestern portion of Pulaski County, Twiggs County, the southeastern side of Putnam County, Hancock County, Dooley County, northwestern portion of Bleckley County, northwestern side of Washington County, and then the rest of Houston County.
That sounded like that pretty much got them all right there. What am I sitting on? The radar shot? Did I mess something up right there? That looks like an old radar. Let's see. Maybe okay, there we go. I had messed something up. There's a more current. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning down south and west of Albany, north of Bainbridge, in case you were wondering. But for us, it is this thing here. So again, we go around the horn and check on the velocity just to make sure it's all kind of a straight line and we're not seeing anything crazy with any sort of spin in there, and I don't see anything. So still looking good for the old straight line winds thing until 4:45 for the severe thunderstorm warning.
Ben, you mentioned also we're still under the tornado watch for the rest of the morning, so we can do a touch in on our tornado potential here. I know, like Ben was mentioning earlier, when we get kind of into this phase and you've seen how the models are not doing a perfect job of initializing, it's a little bit less useful, but we can still kind of take a look at the potential. Something interesting that the National Weather Service also told us as meteorologists is that the tornado potential ended up moving way further down to the south, which I'm going to keep honing in on what David said earlier. I really do think it's a big part of the low-level jet just not feeling enough of the spin in the atmosphere up towards our area. So now it does look like it's remaining kind of further south as we watch this line track further southeast. Like I said, it's not zero. That's why we're still under a tornado watch for the rest of the morning at least, but it's much more encouraging for our northwestern half here. And still, it's a pretty low-end potential at the moment from what we're seeing here for tornadoes for our southeastern half as well. So just kind of an interesting change in how things have played out this morning, and something that the Storm Prediction Center and National Weather Service did also mention to us, that potential shifted real far south as that line rolled across into Georgia.
Kind of flares up a little bit tomorrow once we get back into the sunshine and heat of the day for the, not us, I mean coastal Georgia, coastal South Carolina, yeah.
Yeah.
So again, you can kind of see how when you have an overnight situation like this, you can kind of get snuck in between the high points a little bit. It's inconvenient to be up all night, but you know, you have the bigger thing during the heat of the day on one side, and then it comes in here and it kind of goes down a little bit and then ramps back up again tomorrow farther east as it's you know, finally made its way and pulled past us. All right, so everything still looks like it's a straight line. Let's do an all clear. And I think it might be easier to do it with this map up. So, oh, I got hung up on the mouse pad. That looks terrible. Oh, well, at least our little banner is kind of hiding that. Let me try that again. I can do better than that. All right, so we're going to do a kind of an all clear, and we're going to go down like this, and then right there. So anything to the west of that, which is becoming more and more a good chunk of our area. A lot of you should have already been to sleep, but everything that is out ahead of this still to go. And it may not, doesn't even mean that it's going to be severe. We'll have to wait and see if the National Weather Service wants to continue with a severe thunderstorm warning for Washington, Johnson, Lawrence, you know, the rest of Bleckley, Pulaski, Wilcox, Dodge, eventually Telfair, Wheeler, and Trutland, and Johnson, and all that. I mean, we'll have to see. But I do know that there's still 14 minutes left on that warning, and the majority of the high wind is about to clear through that polygon.
From at least the
There it is.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think they're going to go with another one. That's exactly what I was about to say. I'm still picking up on wind speeds above 60 miles per hour, so I think we're going to hang on to this thing for a little bit
So
longer.
this is until 5:15, and we were talking about the how fast it's going to be. Thankfully, we have some consistency, and there's the beep. 40 miles per hour southeast. So
Southeast. That
southeast,
is weird.
changing
Yeah, look at
directions
that.
a little bit because it was going in towards the northeast.
Yeah.
That's also one.
Yeah, look at the
interesting
polygon
thing to
that's
note.
tilted this way now.
But officially, the counties under the severe thunderstorm warning is Lawrence County, northern Dodge County, southeastern Hancock County, Wilkinson County, Baldwin County, and then we have northern Pulaski County, southeastern Twiggs County, Bleckley County, the rest of Washington County, and then Johnson County.
Yeah, interesting that that southern end didn't look as strong, and so that's why the good chunk of the southern half of Pulaski and Dodge and all of Wilcox and all that, none of that got added in on this one. So it's all in that one swath right there, and let's see how it looks with the reflectivity on there and see about how much rain, because that's still been a big player too. Has been coming down in buckets there. Let's take the lightning away. I gotta be honest, it doesn't look like I see as much of the dark red in the rain. Like maybe that's come down some.
Yeah, I agree.
Also, another thing I'm noticing is it's starting to thin out as well. It's a lot
Yeah,
more
it
thin
is.
than what we saw earlier.
That's a good point. Yeah, because there were a lot of, you know, just different shapes in there and everything, and now it's becoming more of a kind of a thin line.
Well, we had a lot of isolated cells in front of it, and then we started to see, once it got to Taylor County, it started to become more organized, and now I'm really starting to see it as a one main line, typical to what we see typically in the springtime.
Yeah, and I do think that rain has come down. Let's see if I go now and then go back a little bit. You can definitely see the darker shaded area in there.
It definitely has. From what I can pick up on the rainfall totals right now, it's lighter.
What's that beep there, dude?
All right, so they have canceled the tornado watch for Jones County, Putnam County, Bibb County, Peach County, Macon County.
Yeah, I'm seeing it right here. So I took off the radar so you can see that Okay, this was the original severe thunderstorm warning. That's the new one, and that just picks up where this one's going to fall off here in a little bit at 4:45. These watch counties that David was just talking about, this definitely tells you 99 when you are out of the watch. And this is a big part of our area here now that is out. So again, all the ones that David just listed off, that includes the Macon area, totally out of the severe weather event. Everything has made its way all the way through. And it won't be long before there'll be another big chunk of counties dropped off of that. And that eventually is going to be probably like Hancock, Baldwin, parts, you know, or eventually Wilkinson and Twiggs and Houston and Dooley and places like that. That'll be in the next batch that goes. What was that beep, did they say?
Nothing new yet.
Okay, so well, that's good to see more and more of the watch counties being trimmed off. If you're not if your county's not red anymore, that means that the severe weather event is over. Still possible to see tornadic weather, although we have not in a while, other than that one quick warning in Lake Sinclair, just for a second. And it looks like everything's still running straight. Don't see anything in there that's kinking up or anything that would make us think, you know, this needs to be looked at more at in a tornado way. Velocity all looks good all the way down.
Still a good bit of lightning, especially over Twiggs County.
All right. Twiggs County, let's see. Yeah. It actually, it looks like it's all kind of, yeah, just congealed into that one spot for the most part. Now, interesting though, you do see some more of these little cells back here toward the south and east that don't look to have anything going on with them. But they're still kind of developing. That'll just add some more rain on top of the totals that we have. Yeah, as far as I can tell, there's just regular old, nothing to see there. Yeah. I don't really see anything with any of that. That one severe thunderstorm warning is down there in southwest Georgia, and then even down to Panama City, there's a severe thunderstorm warning. But again, overall, like we say, something, you know, we'll take it versus the alternative. If we knew severe weather was going to have to come through here either way, this is what I would have chosen. I know that. All right. I can just tell that everybody's wanting to know about the light. There it is. Still standing, a little bit of a flash every once in a while out there in the distance, and definitely a lot of rainfall at the fairgrounds. You can see it all over the grass out there, heading toward the baby barn and everything. So a gully washer indeed, and a good bit of rain or a good bit of wind with this as well. Again, we're talking about the potential for 60-mile-per-hour gusts in this watch, and I believe it with some of the Skycam shots we've seen out here. Of course, we didn't go out in our own parking lot, but I bet it was pretty neat out there too when that was coming down. Still raining at the fairgrounds in Perry, just not like it was. Won't be long we'll get to check in on the, well, it might be a few minutes, the Dublin Skycam. Were they mentioned in that?
In the warning? Yeah, all of, or most of Lawrence County. I think all are within the warning.
Oh, we've already, okay, we're good. I mean, not good through the warning, I mean, good that we're making progress toward these. I see there's Dublin right there. So, yeah, the Dublin Skycam, we'll be able to check in on that in just a little bit.
And then I think that beep that we just heard, you may have just mentioned this, but the severe thunderstorm warnings in Putnam, Baldwin, Washington, Pulaski, Houston, Wilkinson, Twiggs, everywhere where you just said that it was basically all clear, they expired.
Oh, for the,
Severe thunderstorm warnings.
okay. Let's see. Justin, their newsroom says a few folks are saying sirens are going off again in Baldwin. They are asking for a check.
So the severe thunderstorm warning in Baldwin has expired.
So why would there be sirens going off in Baldwin County? I don't get that. If there are, they shouldn't be. There's no tornado warning, first off. Secondly, the severe thunderstorm has already come through there. So I don't know what that would be about. If someone thinks they're hearing sirens in Baldwin County, there shouldn't be a need for that. I mean, everything's already through there. I don't know what that is there, J-Backs. I can have them check on it. Sandersville, about to see some heavy rain in a little bit. Again, that's the leading edge of that severe thunderstorm warning, so the potential for maybe some 60-mile-per-hour winds, and then the beginning of a band of heavy rain. As we roll on down, a good chunk of Wilkinson County already in all the rain. And as Ansley said, a good chunk of the lightning and heaviest rain does look to be from Twiggs to Wilkinson right there, kind of in the core of all this. So the lightning didn't really let up there as much. As we go farther down, you can see, obviously, like we just showed you, the fairgrounds in Perry. That is much improved now after all that lightning and rain came through. And still leftover. I mean, there's still going to be leftover rain and a few lightning strikes off and on for a while. Just kind of the leftovers on the back side of it. Johnson County still dry for the moment, but it won't be long. That'll start to come into there.
If we go out too, Ben, it's interesting how actually big this system is. I feel like we've gotten pretty local for the last few hours or so. We've been talking mostly about central Georgia, but this was a pretty big low pressure system with a pretty big cold front associated with it too. So I've drawn where you can see the cold front here, but it's still spurring up showers and storms well to our north as well. So it just kind of gives you a perspective. This was a pretty big deep south event all morning long, and it still continues to be something that's got impacts all the way up to our north even this morning. So a really big system. Sometimes I think when we get really local, we can tend to forget about what it's doing elsewhere, but that's just kind of a look at what's going on a little bit further to our north. And maybe you're just joining us, maybe you just got a severe thunderstorm warning issued for your location and you did not quite hear our little conversation about what this line has done throughout the morning today. So we can take it back just one more time. I know I found this interesting, so I don't mind doing it one more time anyways. I'll flip off the warnings and the watch boxes as well, and we'll talk a little bit more. And I'm gonna flip off the lightning because if you're with us earlier, as Ben alluded to, our lightning only goes out to a certain point, so it's gonna look like maybe the lightning stopped when actually it didn't. So I'm gonna flip that off as well, and we'll talk a little bit about what we saw this morning, and I'll mention one more time why things may have calmed down a little bit as it's entered our area. So earlier today, that cold front that you just saw me draw out on the map started to spur up some showers and storms in western Mississippi, right along kind of the state border between Arkansas, Louisiana, and Mississippi. And I can try to take this out just a little bit further back, because even before that, take a look at what's going on over western Alabama and eastern Mississippi. A couple of storms already began to fire up before that, and I want you to pay attention to that because I think that's part of the reason that the atmosphere had a little bit of trouble with things being quite as strong as we thought they were going to be. So I do think that played a little bit of a role into something you've probably heard us say before, the atmosphere being a little bit overworked. But that was ahead of the actual line, so you can see it start to form there, right on the border of western Mississippi, Arkansas, and Louisiana. And if you kind of have been paying attention to the weather all day today over Mississippi, several tornado warnings were issued very quickly, and several tornadoes were also being able to be confirmed in the moment. The National Weather Service was receiving reports of tornadoes on the ground, lots of damage. There was even a couple of casualties associated with this line, or fatalities associated with this line. So really impactful, strong tornadoes in that area. And then heading into, let's get a check from David and make sure that's not something I need to address right this second. David.
I believe it's the expiration.
Oh, it
Okay.
probably is. No?
But I think I just said the expiration. But it's 4:45, so that's the official time where it expires.
Yeah, a little early there. But that's for our previous severe thunderstorm
Yeah.
warning, correct?
That's the previous one that covers Baldwin County once again. So I'm going to go more in depth. For all of Wilkinson, all of Baldwin, that's going to expire. Northwestern Pulaski, Twiggs, southeastern Putnam, Hancock, Dooley, northwestern Bleckley, northwestern Washington, and Houston will expire at 4:45, which is right now.
So this one right here, behind this one, that's
Yeah, the max
Things
computer
are still
time's like a
running
minute
into-
off, though. It'll-
yeah. So I can go back to that quickly just to give Ben just one more second to catch his breath here.
Oh, no, yeah. I think you should go through it from the very, very beginning.
Okay. I will. All right, let's go back. I'll reset all my stuff here. All right, so we were kind of watching it roll into Alabama, right? Let me pull this down just a little bit further. As it was in Mississippi, you can see, take a look at all those individual cells. So that's something that's different than what we're seeing right now. There's a lot of just kind of this, almost you can tell just by the way it looks, this just kind of looks a little bit nasty. A couple more individual cells, a lot of tornado warnings spurred up along those. And a couple of those hook and echo signatures that you're used to seeing with tornadoes, that's what we were seeing in that area. Then moving into Alabama, still holding together pretty good as it crossed state lines, but you can see as it kind of entered northern Alabama, a lot of that turned to still some pretty impactful thunderstorms, but a lot of it did start to look a little bit more like some rainfall. So that's kind of what was happening in this area, although there were still tornado warnings issued and several severe thunderstorm warnings as well. We kind of watched it maybe just give out for just a second here, and then it kind of picked back up and picked speed up again. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this all the way back to 24 hours before. In that exact area where things kind of turned to maybe maybe an area of light rain as opposed to those intense thunderstorms was where there was already thunderstorms the day before. So this could kind of be the culprit of that may have overworked the atmosphere just a little bit in that area when they already had some storms earlier. I think this was the day before or early this morning. That could be kind of the reason that you saw the transition to a little bit more steady rain as opposed to thunderstorms. But they picked right back up as it pushed further east and towards the Georgia border here. A lot of that shape began to return, especially in southern Alabama, where you're seeing a couple more of those individual cells, these nasty looking things right here that definitely had some spin in them. And then as it approached Georgia here, it's tightened up into more of a straight line. So a lot of this has gathered together. It's created more of straight line winds as opposed to these individual cells. And that has caused us to kind of avoid, except for the one tornado warning that we had in Baldwin County, really avoid impacts from tornadoes here in general. And just kind of has kept us out of that potential of those individual cells, keeping us grouped together. That's held our potential a little bit lower. So the reason for that a little bit, we're talking about as a team, David's been mentioning earlier, it may be due to the low-level jet, which kind of fuels some moisture in from the Gulf. That could also kind of fuel some of our spin into the area. That may not have panned together quite as well. And what was happening out towards the west when maybe it began to transition a little bit more into rain, that could have also kind of choked out some of the system a little bit and not quite provided it the fuel that we thought it was going to have when it rolled into our area. So just a little bit of background, kind of taking you behind what we're talking about as a team, what we were looking at all day long, what meteorologists kind of across the entire Deep South were talking about all day long, and why that's led us to where we are right now.
All that makes sense to me. And you know, it's funny, you show it how it kind of got into that line, and really some of the later was it maybe the graph model I saw earlier started to get into more of that linear
Yeah.
sort of look. So it actually did end up kind of following along that too. So probably a lot of people saying, well, I thought you said once it crossed over 75, it was going to start to weaken down. Well, I think you almost have to look at it backwards to where this is what we thought was going to be the weaker thing, maybe a severe thunderstorm warning. It just turned out that we had this all the way across. I was fully prepared, and I'm sure we were, that we were going to have at least a few tornado warnings in our western half, stuff like that to deal with, and then hoping that it would transition to this by this time, that we would get down to maybe some, like a long severe thunderstorm warning, kind of a blanket warning that covers everything. But it turned out that things went a lot better. Because again, that level 4, I mean, it stopped right there. So it's like you're coming in hot off of a pretty high level there into a 3, and the fact that we were able to gratefully be able to just be at a severe, I say just at a severe, I mean, when you had to look at things relative to everything else, I mean, these huge tornadoes and all this stuff and everything, to end up with a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings is a blessing compared to what it could have been.
There's a new update, actually. It's very interesting because this should be in an area where it's overworked. However, we have a special weather statement for the south side of Macon County and for the western part of Dooley County. So
I was wondering about that stuff down there because it has been worked, but it's like we're getting into some sort of an angled tilt here where this is just becoming a constant feed coming in from down here, from the southwest corner of the state here. So I wonder how long that keeps going like that.
Well, it lines up a little bit with where the energy, I guess, still is. When we were looking at the tornado parameter earlier, most of what the tornado parameter does is tells us kind of where the energy is, where the spin is in the atmosphere. And it lines up with what's going on kind of further towards our south. So you can see that here on the map. That area, I guess, still has enough energy to where maybe it's spurring up a couple more individual cells. And that could very well be where the low-level jet is very popular with them in my mind right now. That could very well be part of it. Just not quite as north, but it's still filtering into at least the southern part of Georgia.
Yeah, I mean, because you get down into the southwest corner and Bainbridge down there heading toward Panama City and all that, and that's where we're seeing some severe thunderstorm warnings that I'm looking at down here now too. So interesting to see if any of that, I mean, at the very least what's coming up through Americus and places like that, it's at least going to have some lightning in it and some pockets of rain. The question is, does it become anything else as far as like a severe thunderstorm warning? Right now we're not seeing anything pointing to that, but I guess what I'm saying is at some point the axis kind of has to continue to push on by. Like if you look at it as, you know, a line like this, eventually everything has to kind of cross through that and quit producing things back here and slinging things up. Eventually this line that I've drawn has got to eventually keep moving toward the east. So even anything coming from the southwest will just keep moving this way. And I'm not sure that any of that made sense, but that's okay. All right, so we'll go back in to a zoom in on Washington County, Sandersville area with some heavy rain there now. And then through Wilkinson, starting to move in to the Johnson County line. Dublin, for the most part, is quiet for right now. But there will be some rain and rumbles coming through there in a little bit. I'm sure you're already hearing the rumbles. And I can think of no better time than now to check in on the Dublin Skycam. Probably not going to see a whole lot right now, but that'll be changing in a little bit. Pretty quiet scene. Let's see if we can move it around a little bit, and we'll just sit here ready for it and waiting for the wind and rain to come on in. Yeah, all right. We're pretty much situated there now. You can see the flags blowing out there, and you can see some of the lightning flashing off in the distance. So in a little bit, we'll start to see the rain come on in to the Dublin area. And I like to see when the storms, I don't mean it to sound this way, when it gets to Dublin, I mean, that means it's getting closer and closer to the eastern side of our area and moving out. So each time we take another row of counties out and this thing jumps on over to another, it's more and more progress we're making toward getting this totally out of here. So we'll check back in on you there, DUB, in just a second. Let's look at it from the radar perspective that's trying to load on my computer. Again, that severe thunderstorm warning, it replaced that one that expired at 4:45. This one goes until 5:15. The leading edge of wind and heavy rain has already made its way into Sandersville and is not far from getting into the Dublin area. Still looks like maybe the majority of the lightning and probably some of the stronger winds is what's leaving Wilkinson into northern Lawrence into Johnson County, heading toward Wrightsville. As we go farther toward the south, no warning once you get down, Eastman kind of straddling the bottom of that polygon there, but there is technically no warning for Dooley, Chris, Pulaski, Wilcox, any of these areas. But just to show you, even though that main line came through, just take my friend the floodlight in Perry, places like this, still raining and lightning just behind all this. This is still some of the little cells that are coming up from the southwest corner of the state, still just kind of overrunning this area. So just so you can see that things are still developing from Cordele on down toward Albany, but none of that at least is severe. The only other severe warnings are down here for the southwest corner of Georgia down toward Panama City and the Panhandle. So again, like Ansley was saying, you know, just getting a good punch of energy down there coming in from the Gulf and still creating thunderstorms down that way. But fortunately, we haven't seen anything that's rotating with any of these.
I do think too, Ben, as you were saying earlier, I think the rainfall did kind of let up just a second there at the very least as it was entering kind of the south end of Wilkinson County. When we look at rainfall totals, which is what I have pulled up here.
It looks like it's going back kind of
I was going to say, it
heavier
does
edge
look like
again.
it's picking up back towards heavier. So we were talking about, I don't know, the rainfall totals have been kind of interesting.
Why don't
to
you
me.
do a good 15-minute dissertation on that?
Everyone's probably like, I don't want to hear Ansley talk about rain again. But I'm going to. So when we talked about earlier, we saw heavier rainfall totals, especially over in Crawford County here in Bibb. We could hear it on the station roof. And I do have the rainfall totals pulled up. If we can show that there. There we go. But earlier, David and Ben were talking about as the line started to enter really into Twiggs and Wilkinson County, it looked like it was kind of letting up a little bit in terms of rainfall. And so far that looks to have been true. Now what's happening, which is what Ben was pointing out there, was that it looks like maybe it actually might be picking up a little bit again. So let's see. Let's play it out a little bit here.
Yeah, that's darker.
Yeah, definitely. Going back. Oh, I got to turn this on. Where it started to maybe be a little bit of a lighter red as opposed to the dark kind of almost purple value that you're seeing. So right there, kind of in the center of Wilkinson County, right over Irwinton, that's when we flagged, oh, maybe the rainfall is getting a little bit lighter, and then heading into the southern part of Wilkinson County into the northern part of Lawrence, you can see that darker appearance starting to return. So we may get a new stripe on our 24-hour rainfall totals. But definitely was a little bit lighter when we saw the color change there.
Yeah, it's back to coming down heavier again. Hello, over here. Oh, there I am. Yes, back to coming down heavier again. What is up in this? What is that little piece of?
So it's another severe thunderstorm warning, technically not in our viewing area.
Oh, that's right. That's getting into
southern Warren County, northeastern Glasscock County, northeastern Jefferson County.
that's getting into the another office.
Yeah.
So that's why that doesn't line up with ours. So now it's starting to head more toward Augusta. So they're going to be picking those up. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Good to see it starting to leave our area here. So interesting though, just thinking ahead, if you look at it from just where the severe thunderstorm warning is and you think, all right, we take that razor sharp red edge there and bring it across. Once it clears that polygon, then you have Trutland County left, but I mean, does Pulaski, Wilcox, Southern Dodge, Telfair, Wheeler ever get into a warning? Or maybe it just never is of that level, or just not enough thunderstorm activity there either. But and this down here into Dooley and Crisp, again, not seeing any warnings. We've had those special weather statements from time to time that have been showing up. I'm looking down there now, and there is one for this cell right here. There is a special weather statement for Sumter County, just so we kind of keep an eye on that. I don't see any other ones other than the severe thunderstorm warning to the south down toward Bainbridge there. I'm going to change radars here on my phone for a second and see if I can. Yeah, there's some wind with that, but not enough, yeah, for that to be severe. What I'm talking about is there's a special weather statement for this right here. So, I mean, thunderstorms are still being generated down that way, but fortunately it's not enough to be severe at this point. Hopefully that won't change. All right, let's see. Let's see if there was or is still any hail out there. We're not seeing much of that anymore. There was a couple of little hail cores at times. Let's see. Right through there, you can kind of see some of it. Yeah, going back through, you can see as the line's coming across, a little bit of hail, very small, pea size at best. The last little bit was in Wilkinson right there, and we haven't seen any since. All right, let's take a look at velocity mode. Everything's still looking like straight line to me. And again, as I pointed out, it looks like where it kind of bows out right there is where we're seeing the strongest wind coming into Johnson County, southern Washington, and northern Lawrence County.
And it may even be still kind of gusty behind this line when it comes through. Obviously not gusty, severe thunderstorm level gusts, but I think we've discovered that our wind product is a little bit behind in terms of the data, but it does look like what is happening behind it. You still see some of this purple coloring, which I'll
go to Ainsley's.
Yeah, there we go.
Max 1. Let's see if we can go to Max 1. Hey guys, if we can go to Max 1.
Oh, they're working on it.
Yeah, we're just kind of going over. Anyway, tell what you were.
Well, anyways, what you're going to see in a minute here when the map flips onto your screen is the data's a little behind. So the front is obviously ahead of where, there you go, where this line is right here. This is what the map is trying to pick up as the front, so it's obviously a little bit ahead of that. But behind it, we're still seeing some of that coloring that's maybe a little purple, maybe a little red. So there could be still some gusty winds behind this as well. Obviously not gusty like what we're talking about over here, and probably not in severe thunderstorm warning thresholds, but it could be a bit of a breezy day behind this front here. And we were actually a bit randomly, I felt like, in a wind advisory for most of the day, or most of the day today heading into early this morning because of winds picking up ahead of this front. The gusts today were actually up to 35 miles per hour for our western counties. I'm showing this blank map now to show you that this expired at 5 a.m., so just a minute ago this morning. But potentially, depending on what the wind gusts do for the rest of the day, that may kind of just be a part of your Sunday afternoon as you head out your door.
Well, that's all right, because the storms will be gone. Yes. It's just as long as we can get this on through here, there's the big goal. But yeah, the wind that I'm seeing here on Max 2, you can see the, again, that little sort of bow right there. I think there's going to be some of the stronger winds through Washington down into Johnson and northern Lawrence County. Let's see, let's check in, by the way, on Dublin. Looks pretty quiet down there right now. So the rain should start coming in just a little bit. Yep. As we wait for the, what time does this one go to this morning? 5:15?
I believe so. Let me
Okay, producer Megan, go ahead. Yes? Okay, thank you.
So it does go into 5:15.
All right, 5:15 for that severe thunderstorm warning. So that's in 10 minutes. And we'll see what happens from there if there is another warning issued beyond that. And again, as I mentioned a moment ago, that's going to be kind of one of these where it leaves the Peachtree City office, and so there's probably some coordination trying to figure out, like, so there was a severe thunderstorm warning issued for Augusta just a second ago, which is not issued from Peachtree City. So you have to kind of figure out, hey, we're issuing a warning, for the last little bits of our counties, and then you pick up these others. So maybe they're working on some of that. Still seeing some lightning flashing off in the distance, but as far as the rain that I've been patiently waiting on here, not seeing it just yet, but that'll start coming down in just a little bit. Let's go from here to, have we looked at any of the models here recently? Just for grins? Oh, this one definitely is. See this?
Yeah.
This is what we were saying earlier. This is the high-res model, and sometimes it just, it does the best it can, but it's 5 o'clock in the morning, and it still thinks that the storms are just now coming through the Macon and Warner Robins area. So that's not going to work. So it did prove out that those times were not right. How about the graph to see if it's picking up anything? Sort of close. But again, same kind of thing is watching. That's what I've been interested in, is this stuff down here. What does it keep doing? And it looks like it just wants to throw things up toward the northeast, little cells, but also continue to move east with everybody else.
I'll also say I'm going through our weather network, so if you happen to have any reports of damage, maybe at your home, any photos or videos that you wanted to share with us, I can kind of work that into our coverage here, pulling some of those things in here. I do also want to say something interesting that I've seen in the weather network today. People are talking about some of the pressure change from today causing headaches, and that's actually something that we talked about just a few weeks ago when storm systems roll in. So just for a little bit of a fun aside, that actually is possible when you have, and I'll maybe try to find a graphic really quickly that I can throw on here to explain. When there's a big pressure change in the atmosphere, there tends to be air trapped in your sinus cavities most often. That's what causes discomfort for people. And of course, I don't have my graphic on me here, but a change in pressure can put in the atmosphere, the air that's trapped inside your sinuses, that can actually cause a little bit of a pressure difference between what's going on inside of your head and what's going on out in the atmosphere. That difference can cause a little bit of discomfort for people. So I just thought that was kind of interesting that somebody brought that up. And that was something that we kind of delved into in our Weather and Wellness series. If you have other questions about how the weather might impact your health or things like that that you just kind of pick up on from time to time, feel free to leave those in our Weather Network, and I can also address those on our Weather and Wellness series.
Yeah, some people are really sensitive to all those things. Pressure changes and all that. And I've heard that there's somebody's like, oh, my leg hurts, or my foot hurts.
I'm one of those people for sure. I usually get a headache when stuff like that comes through.
It's wild how that works. Well, Dublin's just not wanting to rain. I think it's kind of like a watch pot never boils. I keep looking at the Skycam over here. It's not there just quite yet. It's actually, because of the way everything is angled, the majority of the wind and rain has already kind of tackled Sandersville and heading on in toward Wrightsville. And not as much for Dublin just yet. Cochrane seeing some pretty good rain. Still some leftover rain in Warner Robins, Perry, Fort Valley, places like that, but none of that is severe.
Does it look like our lightning may be decreasing a touch?
Yeah, I think so. Okay, thank you, producer Megan. All right. All right, so I'm going back over to the radar over here, and I just noticed down south of Albany a tornado warning.
And it's within that tilt as well, that northeastern tilt of the storms. just being constantly supplied by that
Max
low-level
2?
jet.
Yeah. Max 2. There it is right there. So that is underneath our area, obviously. Is that a new severe thunderstorm warning just went out too?
Yes, it is.
All right, so this severe thunderstorm warning replaces the one that's coming out in 5 minutes. So this will be the rest of Washington County, Johnson County, the rest of Lawrence County, still northern Dodge, more of Pulaski County now, and parts of Trutland.
And this is until 6 in the morning.
And then there's that tornado warning down underneath Albany. So just to show you that these cells down here at the bottom, as we're just mentioning, still have enough kick to get something going down that way. So if you drag that out, that might, you know, if it kept going on that, would maybe clip some of our southeastern counties. Let's take a look at, okay, just a real quick look down here at velocity, and I don't see a whole lot going on with that one, but I guess there's enough that somebody down that way sees it and so issued a warning. All right, guys, what we're going to do, since everything is still just rocking right along, moving away toward the east, we're going to take a break, and we will come back in just a couple of minutes. And we are back here still with the severe thunderstorm warning sort of leapfrog that's been going on off and on for a while here because we'll have a long severe thunderstorm warning and then that one will start to expire, so they replace it, the National Weather Service does, with a new one. And you can see how things are kind of bowing out right here. That makes sense. So for the southern part of Washington County into Johnson County, that's where we're seeing probably the strongest winds there, but it does extend all the way down to cover the rest of Lawrence County on down into Dodge as well. Underneath all of that, we're seeing a development of these cells down here in southwest Georgia, just kind of coming up and over, and so far none of these are causing a problem, but it's going to throw more rain back up in some of these spots where the rain had kind of stopped for a little bit. So there'll still be waves of showers and maybe a couple of rumbles of thunder with that. Now there was a tornado warning and now a new severe thunderstorm warning down, so things are cranking up in southwest Georgia down here, the aforementioned low-level jet. punching down into these storms here. So things are kind of firing up there. If you follow them all the way out toward the northeast, that would eventually clip maybe our southeastern counties. So in other words, they're not going up into our area there, but they're kind of doing this. But the overall trend, as they're going toward the northeast, is that the whole line is also pulling east. So we'll see what that does as it goes on through the morning to see if it stays underneath us and just kind of goes on its merry way somewhere else. What is that beep?
So from what I'm seeing,
Watch it. Are counties going to drop or?
I think some counties are being dropped. Just gonna make sure if this is it for sure. Okay, yeah, so the expiration at 5:15. So that warning that we received, I think at 4:30, that had portions of Lawrence County, Dodge County, Hancock County, Wilkinson County, some portions of Baldwin, Pulaski, Twiggs, Bleckley, and Washington, they will expire at 5:15. And actually, I'm going to say it again, just to be more specific, southeastern part of Twiggs County, southeastern part of Bleckley, Washington, and Johnson County, the southeastern part of Hancock, western portion of Wilkinson, east central portion of Baldwin, and the northern portion of Pulaski. So that
Okay.
will expire now.
Yeah, probably in 1 minute on our max clock here is a little bit behind. But just to show you, I just accidentally, by having the radar off and the dark background, you can see that the lightning has decreased a good bit, actually, as it's been going across. Again, still some lightning down here with some of these storms that are continuing to be manufactured in southwest Georgia. All right, so let's do a velocity check again. And it's always harder to see the wind when you get on the east side here to pick it out. Let's go storm relative, maybe able to pick it out in there. And you can see some of the gusty winds down here. There goes that warning, just fell off, the old one. So you can see any of this right in here. This is going to be obviously your gusty winds here as well. Now, okay. I'm trying to get that, go back to the, okay, that's the one. So let's go watch counties and turn the lightning off. Okay. So just looking at it from this way, I mean, we're not far from over half of our area with the tornado watch being canceled too, so that's good news. But interesting down there in southwest Georgia, that part has not been canceled. So that's still down there where there is a tornado warning there now. Alrighty. Back up to the, actually, it's been a minute. Should be able to see something. I get excited about the Skycams.
Can tell.
Ah, yes. There's a floodlight down there somewhere, I'm sure. Well, that's not too exciting. Tell you what, let's take a break and see if we can find another camera that is pretty, maybe with a floodlight or something like that. Be right back. we sure that was 2 minutes? This is a quick 2 minutes. It's raining on the roof here at the station. Yeah, you can hear it coming down again. It's not severe, but just to show you that on my map here, you could still have the possibility of still some rain and rumbles even behind all this. So this has all made its way this way. But all these other clusters and cells of showers and a couple of thunderstorms in there are making their way up. So there's going to be rain on top of these areas that have cleared out, but this rain is not severe. Still some rumbles in there though. Yep. Okay, GDOT camera in Wilcox County. Let's take a look. That's interesting. It's not quite the floodlight at the fairgrounds in Perry, but
nothing can compare.
nothing compared to that. So, thank you for that, Producer Megan. As we look farther down into southwest Georgia, just to show you that there are still tornado warnings being thrown out there. And again, we've looked at the velocity down there. I don't see a whole lot of rotation there, but again, it's all, in between a lot of different radars too. So some of those offices may be seeing something that we don't see. But anyway, I just show you that because of the general direction that, toward the northeast like that. Eventually over time, if it held together, we'll see. But these right here, interesting, these were little bitty guys just a little while ago, and they've kind of congealed in together to make more rain. So that's going to add to our totals as we go through the morning hours there. So the strongest wind in this severe thunderstorm warning, I still think, is right there. What has been moving through Washington County, where you can see it really bow out right through there. So all that's the strongest into Johnson County there. I mean, probably gusty winds all the way down, but that's where we're seeing the bow in there. As we get into Lawrence and Dodge County, rain starting to move in, even a little bit of rain developing ahead of the main line there. Wheeler County starting to get some rain now. Just little cells out ahead, and they're not causing any problems. But yeah, those little cells down here to the south and west developed, and now they're just about to bring more rain back in. So again, we did the all clear, but you may still hear some rain and a few rumbles out there coming through, but these are just regular old thunderstorms. Okay, Dublin are going to give you another chance there with the Skycam and see. Or is that the one I had pulled up? Nope. It's the Macon Skycam, and it was raining there a minute ago. We'll check back in with Dublin and see what's happening down that way. And not much. So still waiting for the rain to kind of come into there. Again, that severe thunderstorm warning that is out there goes until 8:30 tomorrow night. I'm kidding. It feels like it, doesn't it? It just takes all night for these things to come all the way through. It actually goes until, what was this, 6?
I believe so. Let me check once again.
6. I think that sounds right.
Yes.
6 in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
Also, how fast was this one moving, David?
It was moving at the same speed, 40 miles per hour,
40.
moving east.
Just getting my rainfall information together.
Yeah, what, has anybody seen any talk about issuing anything? I guess it'd be too early though. I was thinking like Trutland and I guess it was
I mean, so far, we've seen that the severe thunderstorm warnings have been in the last minute. Sometimes we've seen time in between the warnings. So the Taylor County warning from the Monroe-Bibb County warning, we had like a 10-minute span in between them. So
the reason behind this, usually they'll usually issue a severe thunderstorm warning well ahead of the line to give people a heads up if they're very confident that this is going to maintain severe thunderstorm status as it moves into the next counties. They're probably just waiting till the very last second to hope that it weakens down enough to not have to issue a new one, but every time it seems like the winds have held up enough where they've had to issue a new one. So I think we're looking at another situation where we'll probably be waiting till the last few seconds here.
Yep.
And I think we're going to take another really quick break, and we will be back here. Just keep watching this thing roll across, coming back in just a few minutes. Welcome back. We are still watching this line of showers and storms roll into our area. Really, we're just kind of waiting for it to roll out. We have one severe thunderstorm warning right now that we've just been watching. Mostly, I believe the counties for Dodge County, Lawrence County, Johnson County, and Washington County. So we're waiting to see if we can see it on the Dublin Skycam here. We should be getting closer to seeing that in the next few minutes. Right now, looking like some heavy rainfall. The lightning we did just kind of note a few minutes ago has gone down. So in the last few minutes, we've seen at least some fewer lightning strikes as it's rolled into Lawrence County here, which is a good news. It's any kind of severe parameter that we can kind of tick down on is going to be good news for the rest of the morning here. But just moving slow. These storms have not been quick movers. This one's moving at about 40 miles per hour, so just taking its time to get through the rest of our southeastern counties here. Something else we've been talking about is what's going on a little bit out towards our west here. A couple of cells have begun to spur up. It does have a tornado warning well south of us down here towards Newton. We can check back in on the velocity of that quickly. I'm not seeing anything right now that's been super impressive. To be honest, the whole time this has been issued, I haven't seen anything super impressive, but the National Weather Service has been very what is the word I'm looking for? Cautious of things like that, of rotation in the area, and they have been issuing tornado warnings when they see fit. So that's really the only tornado warning we have at the moment. A severe thunderstorm warning exists just to the south of that one as well. And just generally, I can kind of flip on the Dublin Skycam and see if maybe we can see something here. I'll just give Ben a break for this one while we roll into the next break here. Still just waiting. I'm thinking it's really weird. Must just be on the line of when this thing is going to come into the area.
Not playing along.
Just taking a few minutes. But it will be the next couple minutes here that Dublin will start to hear some of that heavy rainfall that we heard over the news station when this line pushed over us. I'm starting to see the rain pick up just a little bit. It's a lot of rainfall in a really short amount of time. There's some lightning there. When we come back from the break, I can kind of take a look at the rainfall totals as well and show you that when this thing has sat over areas for a pretty long amount of time, it's dumped a good amount of rainfall in those areas as well. So looking like the rainfall is picking up a little bit as it heads into Lawrence County. So Dublin will probably be seeing some pretty heavy rainfall here in the next couple minutes. We're just waiting for it to get there. And now we're kind of entering the early morning hours, so starting to see a couple of cars out on the roads. As the sun starts to come up, we may be able to get a better picture of if there was any damage as this system rolled across our area. Talking about watching for areas of power outages, we can do another check of that when we come back as well. But we're going to take another quick commercial break, and we will be back in just a few minutes. All right, welcome back.
Hey.
I thought we were coming up, Ben.
Yeah, I'm over here.
We're
That's
still
all right.
just, you know what, let's
I
go
got
over to
it.
Ben.
I got it. We're going to do a little velocity check over here. I want to show you where some of the winds have been kind of picking up a little bit, maybe into Lawrence County. So this is between Dexter and Cadwell. Not crazy, but I mean, you're seeing a little bit of a bow through there. So maybe some, you know, gustier winds, kind of how it punches down through here into Dodge County. Nothing crazy. But again, the severe thunderstorm warning is there for the potential of up to 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So would make sense that we would probably see something like that there. All right, so we're going to go to, still a letdown at the Dublin Skycam. Well, I tell you which ones would not, though, let us down, because the rain keeps coming down in places that have already seen it. Let's see. The fairgrounds in Perry. A little bit of rain maybe down that way. As we take a look at the Warner Robins Skycam. A little bit of rain. There's that light that turns off and on about every 10 seconds. It's hypnotic. It's amazing. I see it a lot. All right, so let's go to the Macon Skycam and see what that one's doing. And it looks like you can just see some of the low-hanging clouds that are kind of flying by up here. Not a whole lot in the way of rain, but we've seen still some waves kind of come by. And again, as I mentioned, there's in the southwest corner of the state, still producing some thunderstorms down that way, but they are not severe, but they may still throw some rain and a few rumbles up our way. It is this stuff down here, so it's kind of getting together. Really, we talked about it a little while ago, in an area that is kind of untouched. It hasn't really seen showers and storms, so it's manufacturing its thing and then kind of pushing it up here. But the thought would be is that more than likely, as it comes up, it's going to come into a worked over atmosphere, and we'll see if they even hold together. Either way, they're not showing signs of being severe. So it's just kind of leftover thunderstorms. That tornado warning that was in southwest Georgia has been canceled, so that's not down there. Just so we're keeping an eye on what all's around us. From Sumter County, the rain there, again, heavy coming into Macon, Dooley, Houston counties, just another wave of rain. Yes, producer Megan? Okay, so we have other damage video from other states over the past day and a half or so.
Wow.
Cave City, Arkansas. Wow, that's horrible. Drone video of a tornado there.
Wow.
Yeah, that's terrible. This is a spotted tornado that was confirmed by the National Weather Service in Louisiana,
Wow.
near the Mississippi state line, and this was when they were,
This was right when that thing fired up.
yeah, some of those tornado warnings, as I mentioned too, there were just no doubters. I mean, you look at it, and it's not like how we're doing now, like, I don't really see it in there. Just boom, a huge couplet, and you could tell this is a major tornado. And when they get like that, they get on the ground and they run for a while. Lightning overall has really dropped off a good bit. As we've been watching this whole line come across, we're not seeing nearly as many lightning strikes, but more of them here. And these, what were just little cells a little while ago, have been picking up. So far, they're just rainmakers with more rumbles in there that will make their way into, more into, like we're seeing now, Montezuma, Perry, Warner Robins. Should, for the most part, all this stay south of the Macon area as it makes its way. Again, all this is going this way, but generally everything is trying to pull this way. So I don't, other than maybe a rumble and some light rain, this should kind of stay underneath Macon, but this is just going to throw more rain up into those areas from those southwest corner storms there. So the actual warning here, the severe thunderstorm warning, goes for another 23 minutes, this polygon. And I have to think, I don't see of a reason why there would be another severe thunderstorm warning for us, because most of this, I mean, there's a bow there, and then through here, and that already kind of covers Johnson County and some of Trutland here now, unless some other warning got issued out here that goes from kind of Soperton up to Waynesboro, something like that. All right, we're going to take a break, guys, and then we will be right back. Okay, we are back still with a severe thunderstorm warning that is in the yellow polygon here, again, which goes until 6 o'clock. And again, fewer and fewer lightning strikes, but again, some changes that we've been noting here over the past 30 minutes or so is this sort of development of thunderstorms to our south and west here. And what's happening with these is they've gone from being kind of little thunderstorms to gelling together into a cluster. And there's no indication at this point that these are going to be severe. It's just going to add more rain and rumbles that are coming into Macon County, Peach, Dooley, Houston, and places like that. So you'll continue to get rain and maybe some rumbles. Oh.
Good news for you.
Yeah. Did you find it?
Dublin is finally starting to see some stuff.
Oh.
So we've been waiting on the Skycam in Dublin to finally see
I've been waiting
what
to
we're
see
seeing
some
on the
rain.
radar.
Now it's coming down out there too.
Ben's been waiting for it.
Yeah, that's a nice look there. So Dublin paying off. We can see the rain, not terribly windy, because usually it's those traffic lights that'll start swinging around that we've seen in severe weather events and hurricanes and everything. They usually will kind of tell the story. So at least the rain is coming through. Most of the wind, again, is mainly north of there that I've been noticing. It's really punching through out of Washington County. I don't know, it's just good to see it. I'm sure there's a floodlight down there somewhere that's happy about it. I don't know. You can see a little
yeah, you can see the wind kind of
some
blowing.
bands in the lights there, waving around with some of the wind.
You can see it on the pavement blowing.
Yep. Finally. Well, let's see. I'm looking at the radar over here, and it just looks to me like the biggest bowing line of wind, which makes sense over here on Max 2, is that part that is heading toward Augusta and Waynesboro. You can see the sort of south of Varennes there, you can see that punching out. So that's already left our area there now, but just to show you where that's getting a little shot of probably, you know, really seeing more of the 60-mile-per-hour winds there that's leaving Washington County. Johnson County, mainly just pockets of heavy rain. There could be some gusty wind there, but I don't think it's as much as what was leaving Washington County. And then places like Eastman, not seeing much other than a few sprinkles and some thunder there, but we'll see if any of this down here from the Albany area may throw some rain up this way. We'll see how that goes. And again, this over here that's been developing. Now this is kind of answers my question that I've asked myself, I think. These things were developing back here, and it was like, when is this ever going to shut off? It keeps doing it, but now you can actually start to see it kind of getting a defined edge on the back and kind of being tucked away there from Cuthbert, actually starting to get a knock toward the east there now. So yeah, they're throwing some rain and rumbles up this way, but I'm not seeing it just a thunderstorm factory back here forever and ever anymore. We're starting to finally see that kind of move east. All right. So, mercifully, in 16 and a half minutes, this severe thunderstorm warning will fall off. Question is there anywhere else where they would issue one? And I don't see anything. By the time that goes up north and east and leaves, I don't see where another one would be issued at this point.
I guess the only last thing to watch will just be what it does down in
Southeast corner?
yeah, Wilcox, Telfair, Wheeler, Montgomery.
Yeah, because that's kind of an untouched area that hasn't seen much of anything. But again, with the lightning, with that big line that's been pushing toward Dublin and all that, that hasn't come down to zero, but definitely lost a lot. Why is it glowing? What did they just cut off? Did they trim part of it back? Trim part of it up or back?
Yeah, maybe took
Up.
maybe part of Dodge County out.
Yeah, they did. They took Eastman up.
They canceled severe thunderstorm warning for Pulaski, Wilcox, northern part of Wilcox.
David's mic, please. Or are you all?
I think I'm muted. There you go.
Oh.
All right, so remains into effect. Still trying to see what they took off.
Ooh, the rain's coming down now in Dublin.
Okay, so southeastern Pulaski, north central Wilcox, southeastern Bleckley County. Canceled. And then they continued it into Lawrence, Dodge, Trutland, Washington, Johnson.
All right, well, the rain is piling up on the street down in Dublin now. It is definitely coming down. We're going to take a break and check back in on the DUB after this. Well, you hear the phrase, turn around, don't drown, all the time, and it's for things like this. Look at how quickly this water has piled up down in Dublin on the road here, running across it. We've seen a few cars run into it at full speed and have to slam on brakes. I mean, that's a lot of water down there.
That is crazy.
It is. You can just see it flowing across the road there and piling up. And of course, while we're wanting somebody to drive through it, the odds at 547 of somebody doing that are pretty low anyway, but of course during the commercial break they were cruising through there. Yeah, a lot of rain. The wind does not look terrible with this, but definitely a good shot of rain in a short amount of time, and we've seen that in a lot of spots. And there's still more rain to go as we go on through. All this is moving toward the east here, but there's still stuff being developed down to the south that's still moving up too and bringing more rain in. Yeah, I don't see any cars.
It doesn't actually look too gusty either. I was trying to see if we could see the traffic lights. They're kind of sitting still.
You do? Okay, producer Megan has another GDOT cam. Moore Street in Lawrence County. So, yeah, you're seeing a lot of rain come down in a hurry there. So some of these roadways are collecting water in a hurry. So be careful if you're going to be out in any of these spots. I mean, we're seeing it pile up. Oh, we go back to the Dublin Skycam quickly. Ah! Yeah, that's crazy. Here comes one from the top left. Let's see what. Slow it down, Mac. Slow it down.
Careful. Oh, gosh.
Wow. Yeah, that's a lot of water down there.
Yeah, it is. So rain seems to be the big impact in Lawrence County right now.
I mean, look at it flowing all into the park there, underneath the fence.
I need a windshield wiper.
The new camera in Warner Robins has that.
Does it?
Yes, it does. Okay, so we know that the rain finally made it to Dublin and then some. All right, we're going to go back to the radar shot. And again, the biggest bowing part of that severe thunderstorm line that's been coming across, to me, looked like what was been leaving toward Waynesboro. Just interesting here. I want to take off this lightning. And yeah, that's a lot of heavy rain. Johnson County, if we had a camera there, I mean, it's coming down there. And you can definitely see the Dublin area in the dark shaded areas. So a lot of heavy rain in a short amount of time. More rain for Macon County. Again, Montezuma, southwest parts of Houston County, all from those storms that have been developing down here to the southwest. And again, they're mainly just rain and rumbles.
Yeah, I was going to say we do have a Swainsboro camera, but I'm not seeing any rain or anything in that area just yet.
Okay.
But that could be our next shot of what's going on.
Well, and this is interesting down here, a new severe thunderstorm warning outside of Albany towards Sylvester. So this actually starts kind of pushing that idea toward Wilcox, Dodge, Telfair, Wheeler, eventually into that area where we said was untouched. Anyway, there hasn't been much going on here, so maybe some of this stuff is what's going to come in. It's like everybody has to get on the severe thunderstorm train here. So some of this may come on up here in a little bit, and even if it's not severe, at least bring, because if you're in this area like, we haven't seen a whole lot in the way of rain, it's probably going to be some of this, and maybe all this may connect into one line here in a little while. This may kind of swing on over, and this may fill in. So, again, grateful that this is not some tornado outbreak, that this has been, severe, nobody wants a severe thunderstorm warning, but that it's not anything worse than that for what it could have been coming in off of a level 5 and a level 4 from Alabama. So, still a long night, but this is what we were hoping for, was something like this, as opposed to 5, 6 big tornado warnings all over the place out there. Nobody wants that. We are going to take a break, and we will be right back here in a couple of minutes. Okay, back to the old drawing board where thunderstorms continue to come down and go up, actually. The ones that are developing over here to our south and west continue to kind of congeal together into a group from Americus on up into Macon County, Dooley County, and Peach and Houston. So again, if you're in these areas and you thought, oh, I thought that was it, this is not severe. But it is at least throwing some more rain and rumbles your way, so you'll get a little bit more of that. And eventually we are seeing the end of that development. So that little factory is shutting off here. So this will kind of pull up into here, and then that'll kind of go by too. So in other words, we're seeing the back edge now, finally starting to kind of come across. The other development is the severe thunderstorm warning that has coupled off of the one to the south and west here. And this eventually, whether severe or not, will bring some thunderstorms up into our southeast corner that have not seen much in the way of rain and rumbles and all that stuff. So eventually in these kind of situations, you have to kind of think of it as like, at some point, every bit of the atmosphere, all the different places are going to get worked over one way or the other. So eventually this is going to fill in either on its own, somehow developing thunderstorms, which we're not seeing happening, or this is going to move into here. So it'd be interesting to see if this pulls in and kind of absorbs into this, and if maybe this eventually becomes sort of like a line as it makes its way through the morning hours of Sunday, heading into the Carolinas, because that is going to start moving into an atmosphere where thunderstorms will probably develop more and more as you get into the daytime, into Sunday there. And just as I was wondering what they were going to do,
There we go.
Is that a new one?
I think it is an extension.
Please tell me it's not a
But don't tell Ben. Just close your eyes, Ben.
Close your eyes, yes.
It hasn't entered the chat yet.
Until 6:45.
Oh, wow.
Oh my.
Oh my.
Okay, so northeastern Lawrence County, northern Trutland, southeastern Washington, Johnson, and that's it. But yeah, until 6:45, moving at 60 miles per hour, and moving to the northeast instead of the
Okay,
southeast.
all right, that's the best thing you've said. 60 miles an hour?
60 miles per hour, so it's a
Okay.
fast mover.
All right, well, let's break this down. I'm riddle you this. All right, so what's going on here is this is crossing out of one National Weather Service office into another, by the way. So what happens with this is you're seeing lines just all over the place. All this is being warned, but from different directions from two different offices here. So forget all this. Just know that this part right here, that part up here, and this part here is severe with strong gusty winds. Leaving Washington County, there's already that one swath that left Washington. This and Johnson County, Lawrence County, this is all getting a punch here and getting some giddy up, and this is going to get out of here. So, okay, thank you. So it's not going to be, it is not going to be 6:45 for that to get out of our area. That'll be out of Washington, Johnson County, and Lawrence County in just a little bit. As we get back on over toward the south and west, just to show you anywhere from Macon County into southern Peach, Houston County, Dooley, just another round of rain and rumbles. It's not severe, but it's been moving up, filling in from that stuff that's been developing in the southwest Georgia. And again, you can see that severe thunderstorm warning down here that eventually looks like it's going to feed up into Crisp and Wilcox and eventually Dodge, Telfair, and Wheeler here. So again, just kind of fascinating to see. There was all these kind of loose ends out here still developing, but now we're starting to kind of see the back edge, and this is going to go this way. And we are going to go to break. We'll be right back in a couple of minutes. Okay. And wait for that last drum right there. This is the picture here, and it's kind of messy looking with these severe thunderstorm warning polygons here. What this is showing is an old warning down here being replaced with a new warning, and there it goes, right there. All right, so that one just fell off, so that's good. That kind of cleans it up a little bit. But also what you're seeing is an overlap of two National Weather Service offices. So you're picking up warnings leaving the Peachtree City realm and then going in to the next. So what we're going to be seeing here is this leaving our area here in just a little bit. And so really, as the warning goes until 6:45, but it's not going to take that long for it to get out of our area. As a matter of fact, we will check velocity in these areas, and you can see it looks like that's already clear of Washington County, and there's just a little bit of Johnson County here. You can see how these kind of bowing segments right here. So this is going this way. This is going this way. So this has still got to go through southern Johnson County, leave Lawrence County, and then the warning only clips the northern part of Trutland County there. Other than that, just to kind of go peek around at all this, just to show you that what's been coming in, these thunderstorms into Macon County that were created a little while ago, we're not seeing anything crazy with them, so it's pretty much just regular old rain and rumbles. And so I wanted to check back in on the Skycam, and yeah, I mean, it's not probably as heavy as it was, and you actually can see some of the grass here now, but man, it was pouring all the way over into the little park area there now. So yeah, a lot of rain in a short amount of time, and we've been seeing that in a lot of places. So let's get back into the radar shot here. So you can see those storms in our southwestern counties that have been coming up from southwest Georgia. Again, finally starting to see sort of a back edge to all this. And again, that's important because for the longest time, you could see all these little rogue lightning strikes out here, like this is just going to keep on creating its stuff out here. Finally, we're starting to see that kind of tuck itself away, and eventually all this is going to pull over. So having said that, all these places that we did the all clear for, Macon north and westward for sure, still in the all clear. And really, now that this is gone, this is all clear as well, but it's just another round of rain and rumbles to get through before things finally start to settle and quiet down here. And then there's that severe thunderstorm warning south of Cordele here that is going to kick out of that polygon in a little bit. So we'll see what it does as it gets on into places like Crisp and Wilcox, Dodge, Telfair, and Wheeler. Does it create, another severe thunderstorm warning? And basically that's what we're dealing with here now is severe thunderstorm warnings. We haven't seen anything rotating. So we don't anticipate anything like that. But it looks like all severe thunderstorm warnings at this point, and we'll see if this kind of fills in the gap here between the two. So
with rain kind of coming over the same area that it's already been over back in that Houston County, Macon, Warner Robins area, just checking in with the rainfall totals like you just saw on the Dublin Skycam, things come down really quickly and it accumulated a lot of rain really fast. So when we're watching these areas that are adding on to the rainfall totals even more than what already has happened, potentially we could be looking at near 5 inches of rain in Macon County right now. Let's take a look. Let's grab a couple more values here. Maybe even 3 inches of rain in Houston County, so down towards Perry. Over Dublin, which is the data is just a tiny bit behind, so we won't be able to get an exact reading on Dublin right now, but just ahead of Dublin, we're seeing about 3 inches of rain. I would definitely guarantee that there's at least 3 inches of rain in Dublin right now, especially what you're seeing on the roads. Let's flip it to the Skycam, and I will show you this just to also emphasize the idea with heavier rainfall totals and then some more showers rolling over the same areas that already have some heavy rainfall totals. Areas like what you're seeing in downtown Dublin, where the puddles have accumulated on kind of this low-lying road, where the drainage is maybe not so good. This is just going to be important to pay attention to if you start to head out onto the roads Sunday morning. Be careful when you're driving through areas like what you're seeing right here on your screen, because it can be really hard to tell how deep these puddles actually go, and that's how it often people get stuck in their cars in puddles like this. So if you see a puddle and you really can't tell how deep it is, maybe just try to take an alternate route. We always say turn around, don't drown, and just don't drive through these kind of puddles, because I think we're going to be dealing with this while we watch those additional showers kind of train over the same area. And I'll show you those on radar just one more time so you get an idea of the areas that I'm talking about here. Let me flip over to our high resolution radar. So we already had a lot of rainfall in Houston County, in Macon County, in Dooley County, and now showers rolling over that area again as well. So we're going to keep keeping our eye on the severe thunderstorm warning that's out to our west right now, and just keep tracking this line. We'll be back right after this short break. All right.
All right, it's the two of us there, yeah. You know what, I tell you, looking back overall, like we talked about earlier, I think it's worth mentioning again that when you look at the history of this whole system, when it started back a day or two ago, and then looking at a level 5 and Alabama, and then a 4, and then really dropping off at a 4 right before coming into our area to 3, this is best case scenario for sure, because we were thinking these storms are going to kind of come in a little hot. Maybe a little bit on the severe side there. I was thinking maybe a little handful of some tornado warnings there that we're going to try to weaken down as we went through our area and then cross over 75 and then get to this sort of solution. This was the hope, is that we would get to just severe thunderstorm warnings instead of a handful of tornado warnings. So to have had this, and it really started back over in Alabama, in the afternoon on Saturday, with just sort of all of a sudden it became just like this giant mass of rain and was really not supporting severe weather for a while. And it really went for like a couple hours. It was like maybe an occasional warning here or there. And then after that, it started to ramp back up a little bit as it approached the Georgia line. And then ever since then, there's just been occasional warnings, 1 or 2 tornado warnings as it was crossing the line. And then after that, it basically was all severe thunderstorm warnings. So this is a scenario that I'm okay with. I would assume you are as well when you compare it to the video that we have already seen back in Alabama, Mississippi, Kansas, Missouri, these places, just awful scenes to see what those folks have gone and are going through. So to have had this, and of course we were never in a level 4 and 5, but we were just on the other side of a 4.
We can even take a look at it if you want
do you
to
have
see
that?
the progression. Yeah, I can pull it up here. What Ben's talking about is This started way out to our west, and again, you might even be feeling a little bit like, whoa, this was kind of an overwhelming situation. I feel like we've been talking about this for days and days and days. We got a really good idea of what was going to happen really early on, so that was kind of unique with this system. But yeah, here's a look at what it looked like earlier today. This is around noon. That line just already forming big storms over Mississippi, and like Ben was just saying, impactful tornadoes over Mississippi. Well, it did that and then pushed over into Alabama. That's where we saw that really brief, and I'll emphasize brief, transition to rain, what you see in northern Alabama here. I say brief because we did end up still seeing several tornado warnings in Alabama and several severe thunderstorm warnings as well. But there was a little bit of a transition to that, and then things just continued to spur up as it approached Georgia here. Several cells still pretty strong as they made their way into the western part of Georgia. In fact, I did see a report from the National Weather Service just a few minutes ago that Talbot had about 20 trees down. And that is kind of in the western area, right where you're seeing this line, kind of almost where you see that bow shape here, which is probably what that was, just some really strong straight line winds in that region right there. So yeah, still packed a good punch as it crossed over state lines and then quickly turned into a much less severe situation for us here in central Georgia. So as Ben was saying, nothing more we could ask for. That is always good news. It's definitely good to be surprised with lesser impacts than you're expecting to see. But yeah, just kind of waiting on what's down here to maybe enter our southeastern counties, Wilcox, Telfair, Wheeler, Montgomery. We'll kind of see what this does in that area. We may be looking at probably one more severe thunderstorm warning, and then hopefully finally kicking this thing out of here, and everybody can have a little bit more of a restful Sunday afternoon than Sunday morning started off.
Yeah, and getting that bit that's coming in from south of Cordele with that severe thunderstorm warning that's down that way, that's still the part is trying to figure out, because again, that's the way the weather world works, is you have these sort of untouched areas that haven't seen much of anything here. And so, you know, does this come on in and just turn into rain and rumbles and that's it? Or does this fill in and become a severe thunderstorm warning? We'll have to wait and see. And then this eventually is going to pull over as well. So again, we're starting to see finally, as I mentioned earlier, sort of the back edge of all this, instead of these stragglers and all this back here. And when is this going to stop making this stuff? We're finally starting to see that pull on across here. So eventually things, I think, are probably going to kind of bunch together. And you can see it already starting to fill in right through here, even starting to develop in this area. And I think eventually this is going to become one line again that's going to come on over into east central Georgia, coastal Georgia, into the South Carolina area and all that's going to go through the day Sunday going that way, probably with at least some severe thunderstorm warnings, maybe a tornado warning in a couple of spots, but at least it will be out of our hair by then. So that warning, again, goes until 6:45, but the part that we're concerned with is once it leaves Washington, Johnson counties, Lawrence County, and then Fruitland, as it goes on off toward the east here. So just once again, all this that's back here is not severe, and we don't anticipate that it will be, but it is still going to throw some rumbles down and some more rain on top of some places that have already seen a lot of rain there. So once again, if I thought we might actually would see a flash flood warning or two by now in a couple of spots, because some of these have been kind of piling up in a hurry, but alas, there have not been any. So what we're going to do is we're going to take another break. I'm going to dip out and head, because I think Hensley's got this. Hensley, you've got this in your, thank you so much for everything. And David, thank you, same thing, for everything that y'all have done. So we'll take a break and then, you good?
It will be me, yes.
You good? You
I'm good.
Okay. See you
Passing
guys.
the baton.
Okay, it is passing the baton.
welcome back. We're still just tracking our line of showers and storms that's been pushing across our area all morning long. What's really left here in central Georgia is just a severe thunderstorm warning that exists right now only for kind of the edge here of Johnson County, Lawrence County, Trutland, and the western end of Washington County. What else is going on that you can see here on the satellite radar is some more showers and storms have kind of started to roll over the areas that have already been issued the all clear. So you see some rain in Houston County, down in Macon and Dooley counties with a couple lightning strikes as well. Those areas, like we said, have already seen the severe thunderstorm warnings this morning. So they've already kind of been in that risk and been taken out of it since then, but still some rumblers kind of rolling across that area. The spots that haven't really seen anything just yet is going to be our southeastern counties. So we're talking about Crisp, Wilcox, Telfair, Wheeler, Montgomery, kind of the south end of Dodge and maybe the south end of Pulaski here. Those areas have not had a severe thunderstorm warning just yet and really haven't had these showers and storms roll into that specific area just yet either. So what's happening is, if we zoom out just a little bit more, you can see that some more showers and storms are coming up from the south here. Some more moisture and a little bit more energy still exists coming up from the Gulf into South Georgia. So some of these storms will probably be heading into our southeastern counties here over the next hour or so. And that is probably going to spur up at least some severe thunderstorm warnings for the remaining counties that have not seen one just yet. You do see there is a tornado warning in this particular cell that's down towards the south here. And let me flip the lightning off so that I can get a picture. Yeah, it just looks like one tornado warning inside of the severe thunderstorm warning, and there happens to be two associated with this cell. Let's look at the velocity and see if we can get a picture of what exactly they're flagging here. So not super impressive, kind of this broad area of rotation I'm thinking is what they're picking up on here to the north of Pelham, to the south of Newton. Again, that is outside of our area, that is well to the south of us, but just important to kind of note because it is attached to likely the storms that are going to be kind of heading our way towards at least our southeastern counties here over the next little bit. After that happens, and maybe we're getting an update here. All right, it looks like what they've done with this update is trimmed off Trutland, parts of Lawrence, and maybe, I think it's just Johnson now. Yeah, right? Yeah, so it looks like it's just Johnson County that is in this severe thunderstorm warning still. And you can still see why they're holding on to that for Johnson County. There's still a lot of lightning strikes in the kind of eastern half of Johnson County right now. Probably some heavy rain as well. If I flip off the lightning, you can see the reflectivity values are pretty high in that area. We're seeing the dark reds, even the purples. So let me check and see if there's any hail here as well. Yeah, a little area of hail on, again, the eastern end of Johnson County. This is small hail, so hopefully not too impactful, but I mean, still something to pay attention to. It's less than an inch in diameter, so not super big, but still something that's being thrown around while we have all this heavy rain and strong winds in this area at the moment. Nothing else, the good news is really spinning at the moment. The only area of rotation that we have is south of our viewing area, where this tornado warning exists in South Georgia, just to the south of Newton, to the north of Pelham. So that's kind of the only area of rotation that we have at the moment. And then other than that, we're really just playing the waiting game here for the rest of the morning. We're just waiting for everybody to have their fair share of being under the severe thunderstorm warning, which really just means kind of Pulaski, Dodge, Crisp, Wilcox, Telfair, Wheeler, Montgomery. We're waiting on all of them to kind of see how this cell moves into our area and how it kind of aligns with the subsequent showers and storms that are already kind of existing here. We just kind of see how all of this comes together, and that may trigger a severe thunderstorm warning at the very least in our southeastern counties. So that's what we'll be watching for the next little bit or so in terms of active warnings. Again, it's only the severe thunderstorm warning that exists for Johnson County. We're seeing some pretty heavy rain over there, and the wind speeds have been pretty high all morning, likely kind of around 60 miles per hour or so. And you can see that's really our area of strongest lightning as well. It's getting pretty bright on the east end of Johnson County. It's getting pretty bright down here south of our viewing area as well. So a lot of lightning strikes are going to be moving into Wilcox here in the next couple of minutes, into Crisp as well. Honestly, the lightning's picking up a pretty good amount to the areas that have already seen storms this morning. So over in Macon, Dooley, and Houston County, the lightning strike's starting to pick up a little bit there as well. So I would still just say kind of wait the morning out inside if you're in some of those areas that are still under some of these thunderstorms, because even though they're not necessarily severe, we're still seeing a lot of lightning with these. It's not something that you really want to be outdoors for. So we're going to go to break one more time. We're going to keep tracking with these showers and storms right when we come back. Welcome back. We are still just watching this line of showers and storms roll across our area. If you've been with us all morning, you know the story is it's actually positive news. It's not been as quite of an impactful story as we were preparing for all week long, which is a very positive thing. Of course, that's always good news when the weather is a little bit less impactful than what we were expecting to see. So let's take a look at what's going on still right now. At the moment, to be honest, not a ton. You're seeing kind of a lot on the satellite and radar here, but what you're really seeing is things that are below the severe weather threshold. So there's some showers and storms rolling across areas, again, that we've issued the all clear for already. So areas kind of in Twiggs, Wilkinson, Houston, Pulaski, Bleckley, even Dooley, Macon counties. Those areas are kind of all still seeing some lightning, some rainfall, just generally still seeing some impacts from this line, but it's below the severe threshold, and I'm not expecting it to go above the severe threshold once again. The only area that's actually still under a severe thunderstorm warning is on the eastern end of Johnson County. There is a severe thunderstorm warning issued for them. You can see the lightning strikes are here a good amount. There's a good amount of lightning still happening in this area, as well as some really, heavy rainfall and some strong winds still present in that region as well. What's going on kind of bigger picture than that is that there are some cells down to our south that also have severe thunderstorm warnings, as well as one tornado warning that does exist, let me emphasize, well to our south, not in our viewing area here. It's to the south of Newton, and there's so much lightning going on in that cell that it's kind of hard to see the warning here. But if we take a look at the rotation, I've not been super impressed. I understand why the National Weather Service did flag this. There is an area of broad rotation here, but it's not something that has me overly concerned at the moment, and we're not really seeing any area of potential lofted debris. I think that what you're seeing here picks up on a little bit of an area of hail that we've been watching with this. So let me flip that on and let's see. Perhaps we just got an update. So yeah, a little bit of hail within that storm as well, but let's see what in the world the beeping is for. All right, so This is kind of what we've been waiting for, and it is the severe thunderstorm warning that's issued now for our southeastern counties. So this is going to be possible for the rest of our southeastern counties through the rest of the morning. Like I said, basically everybody kind of northwest of where this severe thunderstorm warning has been issued right now has already been under a severe thunderstorm warning at some point this morning. So we're waiting on really Dooley, Crisp, Pulaski, the south kind of end of Dodge County, Crisp, Wilcox, Telfair, Wheeler, Montgomery, maybe even the south end of Lawrence again, and maybe the south end of Trutland one more time. This kind of whole just southerly half of our viewing area is going to probably see some severe thunderstorm warnings for the next couple hours or so until we can just lose this line entirely. It's kind of like everybody has to take their turn being under the severe thunderstorm warning. So that's what's happening right now. This new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued and includes Bleckley, Crisp, Dodge, and Pulaski counties, probably more than that. Let's see, it includes Dooley, Crisp, Wilcox, Pulaski, I said all of those, Bleckley, and Dodge counties, and that's all. I had to do a double check there because our box actually only fits 4 counties here. So that's the newest severe thunderstorm warning. It looks like at the moment it's been issued because of probably the wind speeds in this area over Dooley and Crisp County. So there's still a lot of lightning going on in that area, and for a severe thunderstorm warning, usually that means the wind speeds are up a pretty good amount. So likely the wind speeds are close to about 60 miles per hour in that area right over, again, kind of Vienna and Cordele. In between that area is looking like where things are kind of the strongest at the moment. And we're just going to keep playing this waiting game for kind of the rest of the morning here. It'll be a little bit of time, and then as we push into the mid-morning, finally we'll start to lose these warnings, and we'll be able to officially issue the all clear for everybody here in hopefully the next couple hours or so. So we're going to go to break one more time. When we come back, I'll keep tracking these severe thunderstorm warnings and the tornado warnings down to our south for you. We'll be back in just a minute. All right, welcome back. If you're just joining us, we're still sticking with our severe thunderstorm warnings that are happening mostly over in Johnson County right now, and then down towards our south. We just had a new severe thunderstorm warning issued for parts of our southern counties. So we're going to keep talking about those, but we'll talk about the big picture here first for just a second so that you can get an understanding. Maybe you're still hearing some thunder, lightning, seeing some lightning, hearing some heavy rain on your roof. There is still some showers and storms coming behind our initial front. This this late morning. I almost said this afternoon. It is not the afternoon just yet. You can see in kind of areas that have already been issued the all clear here, so up towards Irwinton and Milledgeville, even over in Bibb County here in Macon, we're still seeing some thunderstorms that are below severe weather threshold. So they're still kind of gusty and they're still probably kicking up a couple rumbles of thunder here and there, but you are out of the actual initial threat, which was the line coming through here. The areas that are still under that threat is going to be the east end of Johnson County here, although it does look like, goodness, it is hard to see with this lightning. Yeah, it does look like they have been finally taken out of the severe thunderstorm warning. So now the only severe thunderstorm warning that still remains is down in our south here. That includes Dooley, Crisp, Wilcox, Pulaski, Bleckley, and Dodge counties. And the area that is kind of flagging the National Weather Service's attention here is going to be this area that you're seeing right between Vienna and Cordele. It's pretty easy to pick out here because you can see pretty dark reflectivity values. And I will check on the velocity just quickly because I do kind of pick up on the sense that maybe this is not quite as straight as what we've been watching for the rest of the morning here. So we'll keep our eye on the rotation. Something a little bit obnoxious that's been happening to us all morning is that our radar is giving us a little bit of a tricky time in terms of the coloring here and in terms of getting a good picture of what's going on with rotation. So this is tagged as a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. So we're going to keep our eye on the rotation with this because it is possible that it could briefly spin up a tornado as it rolls across, especially I think because of the kind of shape that they've taken this warning with. Usually this is kind of an indication this is a tornado possible because they're tagging just this specific area with all of this lightning that is over, again, Vienna and Cordele. It's going to kind of keep pushing towards the northern part of Wilcox County into the southern part of Pulaski County here in the next couple minutes, and then it will continue its merry way into the southern part of Bleckley County and kind of the really western part, I guess, of Dodge County here. So again, we'll kind of just keep our eye on this for the next few minutes or so. Big picture, it's coming along another area of showers and storms that's being spurred up down to our south. So this area down here is kind of an untapped atmosphere, I guess you could say. They haven't really seen showers or storms just yet. So this is the first time that showers and storms are spurring up in South Georgia, which is why they're still maintaining a little bit of their strength, severe thunderstorm. And even we had a tornado warning inside of this severe thunderstorm warning here, and I can't even tell if it's still there. Yeah, it sure is. So there is a tornado warning still present south of our viewing area here, but I will say based on just the reflectivity alone, all right, yeah, there is still kind of a little tiny area here of rotation. So that's probably why they're still holding on to this warning. We'll take a look at the storm relative. Yeah, I mean, enough for the National Weather Service to hold on to this tornado warning here. So that is kind of the area of rotation that you see there. When you get that bright value, that's usually a good indication that there is some rotation going on. And yeah, it actually does look like we do have potentially some lofted debris in the air. So I know this is south of our viewing area, but if you are kind of in this polygon here in between Camilla and Doe Run, in South Georgia, Colquitt, Mitchell, and Worth counties, I am picking up on an area of lofted debris and enough of a rotation signature here to kind of hold on to this tornado warning. So definitely be in your tornado safe place if you are down further south. Again, nothing to worry about here in central Georgia tornado-wise at the moment, except for keeping our eye on this severe thunderstorm warning over Vienna and Cordele because it is tagged for tornado possible conditions. It's pretty much just a really gusty, strong little thunderstorm down here. It's got some pretty heavy rain. You can see that right there. And then you saw the lightning that I just clicked off. A lot of lightning strikes. That seems to be one of the biggest impacts here. And again, with severe thunderstorm warnings, we're talking about wind speeds probably in that 60-mile-per-hour range. I'm quickly trying to find information on that to make sure that that is accurate. Okay, yeah, it does look like it was flagged because it has 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So just being aware, if you are in Pulaski and Wilcox County, this is making its way towards you at the moment. Vienna and Cordele, the worst of it is starting to leave you now. So it's continuing to push kind of northeast here and, or I guess it's really, yeah, pushing northeast. And it will be through with that in Vienna and Cordele here in the next couple minutes. So we're just going to keep doing this dance. We're going to take a break one more time. And when we come back, I will keep bringing you the latest on these warnings. We are back and still just watching some severe thunderstorm warnings in our area, waiting to issue the official all clear for everybody here. We're still looking at probably this sticking with us for the next few hours or so. The current severe thunderstorm warning that we have right now is just one, and it is in the southern part of central Georgia. And you can see it, the kind of the conditions of what's going on here. We're looking at a Skycam on 3rd Street in Crisp County. So Crisp County is included in this severe thunderstorm warning. I'm not 100% sure which part of the county this is in, but I'd have to imagine that this is likely where the severe thunderstorm warning is issued for gusty winds. So in that area, the wind gusts are up to 60 miles per hour and heavy rainfall as well. I'll note, when we've been checking in on these sky cams, the rainfall is coming down really, really quickly. So if you happen to be out on the roads, just being aware that it's dumped close to 3 inches of rain at times in a really, really, really short amount of time. So yeah, that's a look at Crisp County right now. The wind is really going there at the moment. And in the next few minutes, it's going to be kind of crossing from Crisp County over into Pulaski and Wilcox County. So you can see the worst of it here. It's pretty easy to point out. I'll take this a little bigger picture so you can get an idea of the location that I'm looking at here. Flipping the lightning off, you can kind of see the area that we are paying attention to the most, which is probably maybe this is kind of where we were looking over in Crisp County. I'm not 100% sure, but this is kind of where the most intense impacts are here, where we're seeing the heaviest rainfall and even potentially some hail. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so this is kind of the biggest hail core that we've seen so far today. We have seen hail less than 1 inch in diameter all day long, actually less than 1/2 inch in diameter. Now this is about 7/10 of an inch in diameter. So still not giant by any means. This is still kind of small hail, all things considered, but it is still another threat that's out there kind of being thrown around with all the wind in that area. So in the south end of Dooley County, the north end of Crisp County, probably rolling now into the northern part of Wilcox and the southern part of Pulaski, there is some hail present in this storm that definitely is something you want to pay attention to as well. A lot of lightning strikes. It is probably getting really bright in this area and probably pretty loud as well. Let's take a look at rotation again, because I noted earlier, this is tagged as a tornado possible storm. So what that just means is that they're watching this because it could rotate. So they're paying attention to it to make sure it doesn't. I'll say right now, there's nothing that's really flagging my attention at the moment. I'm just keeping my eye on this, but the National Weather Service has been very sensitive to areas of rotation all morning long. So when they've picked up on an area of rotation, they've gone ahead and gone with a tornado warning kind of as soon as they see it. So we're going to keep our eye on that, but right now I'm not seeing anything, and because the National Weather Service is also really not seeing anything, that should be positive news in terms of that. Down towards our south, there is a tornado warning. This is not in our viewing area. Under a severe thunderstorm warning is also an area of rotation that has been flagged with a tornado warning. A few minutes ago, I was looking at the rotation and it was looking a bit tighter than what we're seeing now. So hopefully that's positive news for that tornado warning. Again, that is well to our south. If we kind of go out, I'll give you a picture here. That's not really in our area. It's really closer to Tifton there, but still a part of some of these cells that are going to be kind of heading our direction here in the next little bit. So what's happening? Well, we're just waiting for really our southeastern counties here to get their environment overworked. So what's happening up here is, well, first of all, it's clear mainly in our northwestern counties where this thing kicked off early this morning, but there's still a couple of showers and storms lingering behind here that are below the severe thunderstorm threshold. So just a couple rumbles of thunder and some lightning strikes, as well as still some heavy rain in these areas, but not severe weather. We're just kind of waiting for these subsequent storms to kind of move out of here. And then we're watching this area here and this particular cell where we have our severe thunderstorm warning, because these kind of areas could be joining with one another, and that could mean more severe thunderstorm warnings are on the way for our southeastern tier here. So I'm talking Telfair, Wheeler, Montgomery, areas that have not seen a warning just yet. So that's what I'm paying attention to here for the next few minutes or so. And then of course, just keeping my eye specifically on our severe thunderstorm warning that still exists for our southern counties, Dooley, Crisp, Pulaski, Wilcox, into southern part of Bleckley and into Dodge County as well. I'm impressed with the lightning strikes here. I've seen a lot of lightning this morning. That has been kind of one of the most apparent things that we've been able to see all morning. A lot of lightning, and you can see even more down to our south. So we're going to keep our eye on that here. We are going to keep doing this dance where we're going to go to break, and I'm going to come back and give you some more updates, and then we're going to go to our full newscast coming up at 7 a.m. So stay with us. I'll be back right after this. All right, welcome back. We just received an update to the remaining severe thunderstorm warning that we have here, and it's positive news because it's just taking people out of it. So let's go a little more locally, and I'll tell you what I'm talking about here. It is this severe thunderstorm warning that is in our southern counties. It originally included, and you saw on the Skycam, it originally included Dooley and Crisp counties. Now they've been able to trim out most of Dooley and Crisp counties here, namely Vienna and Cordele. Now we're just holding on to this severe thunderstorm warning for Wilcox, Pulaski, the southern end of Bleckley, and Dodge counties. So the area that we're paying attention to here, if I flip this lightning off, first of all, you can probably tell exactly what I'm going to be talking about because of the lightning. So south of Hawkinsville, well, really including Hawkinsville and into Pineview, that's where we're kind of seeing these intense lightning strikes, and then also some heavy rainfall and some strong winds in that area as well. Let me turn off the lightning. There we go. So that's a look at where kind of the strongest impacts here are. This dark red area, that's where heavy rainfall is happening, and the wind gusts are up to 60 miles per hour. We're also watching this because it is a tornado possible storm. So it just means that there could be an area of rotation within this storm that drops a tornado very quickly. I've been watching this for the past few minutes and haven't really seen. All right, I am hearing from my producer, Kayla. She's gonna show us a Skycam of Dooley. This is a traffic, a GDOT-cam. Oof, yes, this is kind of exactly what I was thinking would be the scene in Pulaski County right now. You can see those frequent lightning strikes. And something else that I've been trying to note all morning is how quickly this heavy rainfall is coming down. So flooding was not something that we talked about a whole lot, but is something that's been pretty present this morning. Yes, gosh, take a look at that. Just not even really much time in between the lightning strikes there. It's getting really bright, and you can see the rain accumulating on the road. So back to my point of the flooding. you have to be out on the roads this morning in some areas that are still receiving some rainfall. It's going to be just really important to be careful driving, especially for driving through puddles. It can be really difficult to tell how deep rainfall puddles are. So just being aware of that. We always say turn around, don't drown. You want to make sure that you're staying safe when you're kind of rolling into areas that have had heavy rainfall in a really short amount of time. That's definitely the case in Pulaski County right now. I'm honestly just wanting to stay on this camera shot because of how many lightning strikes we've had in the past couple of minutes. That is just crazy. I'm sure it's getting pretty loud in Pulaski County as well. But yeah, that is a look at what's going on in that area right there. So let's actually see if we can kind of figure how many lightning strikes are going on. We'll keep it within our severe thunderstorm warning box to talk about that. Give me a second to draw out our little tool here. So we saw a lot as this line pushed its way into kind of western Georgia. 172 lightning strikes happening between Pulaski and Wilcox County at the moment, and you could see that when we checked the Skycam. It's really getting bright in that area, so lightning is a big impact with this severe thunderstorm warning. And other than that, it is also just getting some pretty gusty winds, and like we saw, really, really heavy rain as well. So here's a bigger picture, what's going on across the area. Maybe you are in Washington, Wilkinson, or maybe Dublin, Lawrence County and Johnson County as well. And you're thinking, I thought we were in the all clear, and you still are. You're just dealing with a couple more showers and storms that are below the severe thunderstorm threshold, but still happen to be spurring up a couple areas of thunder, some lightning, and just generally some more rainfall. But like you can see out towards the northwest, let this be kind of your silver lining. We will be clear of this soon. We saw this whole situation kind of lingering out towards the northwest as well. This will be clearing out here soon. We're just kind of waiting for the rest of this line to just move out of here. If we go bigger picture, you can see we just got to have this front kind of keep pushing this entire line, top to bottom here, further out towards the southeast, and then we will be clear of it very soon. But the good news is I don't think that any of these areas, let's say north of maybe where a severe thunderstorm warning exists right now, I think I can actually draw a real line. Let me see. Yes, okay. Let's say kind of north of here, I think you're already in the all clear despite the fact that you're seeing a couple of rumbles of thunder and still seeing some heavy rainfall. You're not really looking at the chance to be back in severe weather thresholds again. Again, north of this little line that I just drew. South of this line, I think that's where we're still kind of watching for severe weather potential. So we're going to talk a little bit more about why that is and what we're watching for in our southern counties. Again, I'll be back in just a few minutes. welcome back. As we approach the 7 a.m. hour, still waiting on these showers and storms to make their way out of our area. We're still dealing with a severe thunderstorm warning down in our south. So I'm going to kind of show you what I'm still paying attention to and what you're seeing, but isn't actually quite that big of a deal that we're still kind of having in our area here. So the severe thunderstorm warning is here for really mostly Pulaski, Wilcox, Dodge, and Bleckley counties. They were kind of able to trim just a few minutes ago Dooley and Crisp counties out of this, where you're seeing this really heavy presence of lightning, and underneath the lightning where you're seeing just this darker reflectivity, which is a little wonky because of my radar here. There we go. Where you're seeing that darker reflectivity right underneath there. That's where the winds are also pretty gusty as well, and where the rainfall is coming down pretty heavy. So right here near Hawkinsville, in between Hawkinsville and Pineview, that's where the severe thunderstorm warning threshold is still being met. And of course, this is tagged as a tornado possible storm, so I've been paying attention to the rotation the whole time. I haven't seen anything that's really given me a need to flag an area of rotation so far this morning, but it's something that I'm paying attention to while this storm rolls into Dodge County as it kind of heads that way now. But you can see big picture. There's actually still quite a lot of showers and storms, mainly all the way from about Wilcox down to our southern counties down here that are still dealing with the severe thunderstorm warning. So still in our eastern half here, dealing with some showers and storms that are below the severe thunderstorm threshold, but still maybe kicking up some of those wind gusts and still having a lot of lightning and probably a lot of thunder as well. What I want to show you here, and I'm going to flip on, is the tornado watch that we have been under all morning. I'm going to be using this generally as kind of my all clear gauge here. I think that they'll be able to trim off a lot more of these areas here in the next couple minutes. I think they're kind of just waiting for these pesky little showers and storms to kind of move out of here. It does not mean that they're going to climb up to severe threshold. I really don't think that they're going to at all. I think that the severe threat is really kind of over for our northern half here. The area that I'm still watching, and I'll draw a line similar to how I did before we went to break here. The area that I'm still saying we may have some more severe thunderstorm warnings is really right south of this line. So kind of areas of Trutland, Montgomery, Telfair, Wheeler, Dodge, South Lawrence, Pulaski, Wilcox, Dooley. These areas I think are still kind of going to see the chance to see some severe thunderstorm warnings. I'll actually even kind of go like this to show you I'm not really talking about areas west of that line that I just drew. I'm really talking about south and east. So right in this area is where we're just kind of waiting, because this area of our atmosphere has not seen any severe weather just yet. So this is kind of what we'll all call a clean atmosphere, in the sense that it has all the severe ingredients still sitting there. Nothing's run over it just yet. So when kind of this line pushes into the area, it has the chance to spur up some severe weather, mainly in this area. So the showers and storms that you see further north of here are just pesky showers and storms, not severe. South of here is where we're going to be kind of keeping our eye on this through the rest of the morning. And finally, as soon as we can kind of get these swept out of here, we'll be looking at all clear conditions here for the rest of the morning. So just before we go to break, I just wanted to check on that rotation signature there. I'm still not seeing anything, but I just kind of got an interesting shape on the reflectivity that made me want to just go check that out one more time, but still not seeing anything that's kind of giving me a major flag here. So what we're going to do is we are going to reset here in just a second. We're actually going to go into our 13 WMAZ News at 7 newscast. I'm going to keep tracking these for you, but we're also going to bring you your morning news as well. So coming up right after the break, that's where you can find us.